Hello, my Teaserking family. How is everybody today? I am good. No interview today. Um, all right. So I'm coming on a little bit later as Luke wanted. Luke gets off at 5, so we'll about now. I was going to do about 4 o'clock, but hit some laundry in there. So I've already played. These were my baseball picks today. I know some were early. I don't know. Was it a Saturday or a Wednesday today? So I played Detroit under 7.5 for 5 units. As the ace school bowl again screws up, gives up 7 runs, but it ends up 7-0. I thought I was going to lose it. So I hit that one. I have Miami over 8. They don't get over. I have Philly under 8.5 with Rangers Suarez going 7 units. That one wins 5-2. So that's a 7. Then we played the Cubs over 11 after the other night. Let's see what's going on there. We've got 6-1 in the 8th inning. So 7. We need 4 more runs. Some sort of ant or something in my notebook. What the fuck? Oh, there he is. Okay, sorry about that. Then we played Seattle for 5 units. Now they start at 6:40. So these are bettable. Brian Wu. So I went on Ric Flair's Twitter and I said, Brian Wu is pitching tonight. He's 3-0 with a 107 against Tanner Bibby for Cleveland, 4-2 with a 3.94. So I was debating to go under or to go Brian Wu. So you go either way. I took Seattle. Boston, Toronto. Boston over 8 for 5 units. And Minnesota and Tampa. I took Minnesota over 7.5. 2 pretty bad pitchers. And then the White Sox under 7. Hunter Brown against Garrett Crockett. I'm not sure why I went under. I don't like that under. Forget that game. If anything, it should be an over. Let's go over. I think because Hunter Brown had a shutout against the Tigers, I assumed he was going to go under. So let's see what happens. I didn't bet that one. And Colorado over 10.5 against the Dodgers. A 5-4 and a 5-7 going. KC Oakland, I didn't play. Again, I got a 5-8 Medina against Reagan's 4-4, the 3-4 for Kansas City. So I left it alone. No Mahomes, I'm not playing it. So we've got Atlanta winning 7-0 against Skubal. Is now, he was 8-1, is now 8-3, and his ERA went from 1 something to 2.5, or maybe worse. And it's just like that other Reese Olson guy who's 1-9 with a ERA going north quickly. That's why you need a good 10, 15 games. Although with Skubal, he's now pitched 11 and his ERA is starting to climb. I think what happens is they start figuring out the pitcher. He throws a lot of fastballs or curveballs, or he's playing teams that match up favorable to him, but then Now he's facing Atlanta, and they hit the hell out of him. So that's why it's all matchups. So baseball is so hard when you're playing all the teams. If it's home or away, I mean, it's very difficult. Pittsburgh wins 1-0 over Cincinnati. I didn't play it. Miami 4-3 over St. Louis. Miami's starting to get hot. I went over 8. And they win, so they got 7. But Miami's winning. And then San Diego 5, Philly 2. With Ranger Suarez with the 1.81 ERA going against the low ERA for San Diego. And so it's 7. So that's what we got. So there was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games at 1 o'clock. What the fuck? It's Wednesday. I don't get these day games. How many people do you think? What is everybody retired, or is all these young what is it, Generation X or Z or millennials? What, they don't work, so they can all go to the baseball games and play video games when they go. All right, so that is baseball. Yesterday's baseball. I went 1-1. Actually, I went 2-1. I had Baltimore and lost. I had Boston and won, both for 3 units, and then I had Minnesota over 8.5 for 7 units, and it won. So I ended up plus 7 units. Other games I didn't bet. Houston I lost. Colorado over 11 I won, and Philadelphia I won. But I didn't bet those. So the 3 bets, Baltimore lost, Boston won, Minnesota over. And today I've taken Detroit under 7.5 won, Philly under 8.5 won, 5 unit and 7 unit, and then the 3 left are 5 units. So I might have to start posting these on Teaserking, where I think I tried to do that last year, but I put too many games on, and it wasn't successful. I didn't do it long, but I think I have it down where I'm just going to play these stronger games with the aces. Aces wild. So if it isn't Verlander or Ranger Suarez on the mound, and it's these, I get Cade Popovich against Garrett Cole. Well, Garrett Cole's good, but he's coming off of injured. But Cade Popovich is 0-1, 4.76. I'm not even going to play it. I don't know what to do with it. I like Baltimore, so here's where you kind of ignore the starting pitcher because Baltimore's playing well, but I don't know. I'm going to pass on it. So that's baseball. So again, tonight we've got Seattle 5 units, Boston over 8, 5 units, Minnesota over 7.5, 5 units, and that's it. Those are the 3 bets. And then I played Colorado over in the White Sox under, but I wouldn't bet on it. All right. What are we doing? NFL or NCAA? I don't remember. Not much in NFL that I already haven't talked about. I can't believe they signed Trevor Lawrence to this huge deal. Are they out of their freaking minds? At what point do you see Trevor Lawrence being this star player? He hasn't done anything in 3 years. Why would you sign him to all this money? See, I don't get the quarterback. They're all the same, right? As we know from economics, it's not. There's competition, and things are restaurants. Some are better than others, or something. So that's the thing. You're basically sitting there. Excuse me. You're basically sitting there with different ability. Kirk Cousins is nowhere near Mahomes and Burrow and Herbert. What the hell are you paying him for? Why are you paying Jared Goff all this money? And then Trevor Lawrence? What are you, insane? You paid Deshaun Watson all this money. Guy hasn't played. He's sat out for 2 years. And then he's basically not doing anything anyway. I mean, he's injured, had surgery. I don't know, but Cleveland can't count on him. That was the stupidest thing Cleveland ever did. The guy's had a few good years, and he's gone now. You don't miss 2 years, you're done in any sport. So I don't see that. So I just don't see then the contract screws up everybody, because what it does is you end up where you only have so much money, right? You have a salary cap, and you got all these defensive players and all these offensive. You got to pay them something. So what are you going to do? And if you keep paying the quarterback all this money, it doesn't leave you money for the rest of the team. So I just think these salaries are crazy. Now Jefferson signed for what, 25 million or something. So now receivers, Tyreek Hill, what wasn't he, like 25 million, 30 million? I don't understand that at all. How do the receivers make 30 million? You're not paying the running backs, which makes that's how you win with the running back. And then you're paying the quarterback all this money. Then what are you going to start paying the left tackle 20 million, and and before you know it, you're going to have 5 players and the rest are going to be a bunch of nobodies, because you can't afford to pay your strong safety $5 million, because you're paying it all to a quarterback, a receiver, a defensive end or something. And you're not even paying your running back. It's a stupid game. See, this is the problem. These guys get on this analytics bullshit, and it looks good. Well, if you throw a pass, you get far more yards of play if you throw a 20-yard pass than if you run. I mean, but they don't get the critical part of football, and that's the problem. They just don't understand it. You can't look at it from math, and I tell several people who want to do analytics to pick football games, it can't be done. There's no way you're analytically looking at football. It's just not. It's not going to happen, because there's too many variables. If you understand how you use math, it's variables, right? And so if you have a lot of variables, how do you possibly pick a game and put all the variables and grade the variables properly? And that's the problem on the 4th and 2. You can just blanketly say, oh, teams that have gone for 4th and 2 have made 52% of them. So therefore, you should go for it. Well, at what point in the game are they going for it? Are they down 30 points? Are they ahead? Who are they playing? There's a lot of other circumstances to it. And the Lions, the 49ers, and Oregon against Washington in the first game cost Oregon a national title, because they went twice on 4th and 1 and didn't make it and lost. It cost them. One was at the half. They had about the 3-yard line, 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, and they go for it. They don't get it. No points. Blow momentum. And then at the end of the game, 4th and 1 or 2 at the midfield, and instead of punting, they go for it. They don't get it. And the answer is, yeah, but if we would have made it, we could have ran out the clock. But you didn't make it, and you lost the game. I love the justification, but had we made it, had we made it, but you didn't, and it cost you a playoff spot, because you would have been in the playoff, because you would have won at Washington, and that would have superseded losing in the championship game of the Pac-10, and you would have been in the playoff, and you would have won, because you'd have killed Michigan. So it's just amazing, the stupidity of the coaches, only looking at the math. Can say, like in basketball, well, no, you should go for 3-point shots, because you get 3 points for him then versus the 2-pointer. But the percentage on making the 3-point shots are what, 20%, and making slam dunks in the lane are probably 95% or 98%. Or if you have Kareem, it's 100%. So you're not looking at that point. And all these teams shooting 3-point shots are just absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, so what are we talking? I don't remember. Was I going to talk NFL or college? We'll talk college. What else can we talk about? I don't think we've gone to the SEC yet. Let's go to the SEC. Have we done it? Conference USA, the Big Ten, the Big 12, the ACC, and the AAC. Let's go to the SEC. Always an interesting topic. I'll be right back. My apologies for that. I was doing laundry and I had my dress shirt from my interview, and I just finished drying it, so I wanted to hang it up. All right, so let's do the SEC. Oh, we hit our over on the Cubs game, 6-5. Over 11, it's at 11. Beautiful. It's funny, you think it's a high number, the 11 in the Cubs-Niner game, but I guess at Wrigley Field, it's not uncommon to score a lot. Okay. So let's move on to the SEC. New coaches, we know Caleb DeBoer took over at Alabama. I can't tell you their offense and defensive coordinators who they are. I can tell you, but doesn't mean anything. Arkansas has got Bobby Petrino, who I thought was there last year. Auburn, a new offensive coach and a new defensive coach. Florida, a new offensive coach. See, this is funny. Old Rob Sale, new Rob Sale and Russ Gallop. So they're going to two. Everybody's going to now. We need two offensive coaches, two defensive coaches. It's a freaking joke. Georgia, a new defensive coordinator. Will Muschamp was there. And, everybody thought he was good at Texas, but their defense did not look that good. So they brought in two new guys. Well, they brought in one new guy. Glenn Schumann was there. They got rid of Will Muschamp and brought in Travaris Robinson. Kentucky, new offense and defense. LSU, new offensive coach. I thought it's Brian Kelly's the offensive coordinator anyway, and a new defensive coordinator. Mississippi State head coach Jeff Lebby. He's a Mike Leach disciple, I believe. Yeah, he'll be the offensive coordinator. Missouri, Oklahoma offense. Oh, Jeff Lebby was at Oklahoma, so he got hired, left Oklahoma for Old Mississippi State to be the coach. Interesting. Old Miss, Charlie Weiss Jr. Maybe he's as bad as his dad. Texas A&M head coach Mike Elko from Duke. Jimbo Fisher with that huge contract, and all he did at Florida State, and guy did nothing there. Offensive coordinator Colin Klein's from Kansas State. He's really good. And Vandy. So what do you do with this shit? I'm going to bet the coordinators now? I mean, how do you do that? Anyway. So let's go. Last year, Quinn Ewers threw for 3,479 yards, 30 touchdowns, 6 picks. Carson Beck's 24-6, 3,941 yards for Georgia. Jackson Dart, who was at USC, and he transferred to Ole Mississippi, 23-5 rushing. I don't know. Marcus Carroll from Georgia State. I don't know what that means. Not a lot there. Receiver, Missouri, 1,200 yards. And a guy on UTEP. I don't know what that means. So the guy played at UTEP, is now in the SEC, but we don't know what team he's on. We don't care what he did at UTEP. We care where's he at. All right. Interesting game, Texas at Michigan, September 7th. I like Texas all day in that one because they got their quarterback back. Michigan doesn't have anybody back, so this will be interesting. All right, Alabama, they got Milrose starting at quarterback again. I thought they were supposed to get this really good quarterback in, and Milrose was just there a year. So I'm surprised. Milrose didn't look very good. I mean, against Texas, he threw, 3 picks, first play of the game. And they cost him the game. He fumbled against Michigan. Cost him the game. Should have ran it in at the end. Didn't run it in at the end. Cost him the game. Not a big Milrose fan. They got 6 back on offense, 5 and D, which I don't even know if that matters anymore at the NIL. So it's really getting hard to pick with all these variables that keep changing. Let's see. So DeBoer, first season at the school, career record 104-12 in 9 years. I know he was at, I think, Toledo or Bowling Green. Then he went to Washington. I think he was there 2 or 3 years. And now here he is at Alabama. I expect Alabama to be very explosive, but not the defense, because the Washington defense was not very strong last year. So I'm not expecting the normal Nick Saban defense, but I am expecting the normal DeBoer offense. So this guy's no Penix, Milrose, but I'm sure he'll get drafted because he can run. He can't throw, but he can run. All right, let's look at the schedule. They open with Western Kentucky, good passing team. Then at South Florida, they'll blow them out. At Wisconsin, I wonder if Van Dyke can give them problems. Then they host Georgia, September 28th. Huge game. Georgia has revenge on their mind. We cannot forget that. Look for Georgia. We pray Georgia's the dog. The game's in Alabama. How can Alabama be a home dog? So we're praying that Alabama's the favorite. If I was in Vegas, I remember I went to Vegas a few years ago, and I had Ohio, and Michigan was playing Ohio State when Ohio State was going to the championship games, and Michigan couldn't beat them. And Ohio State had won like 8, 9 in a row. And I go look at the odds, and Michigan's a 3-point favorite. And I go to the guy, you got the wrong team favored. And he gave me his lip. Well, then why don't you bet $1 million on it? Well, if I had $1 million to bet, I would. That doesn't mean the spread's right. You have the wrong team favored. So this is in August. By game time in November, you know what the spread was? Ohio State minus 10. And Ohio State won by 20. So again, was I wrong? I don't think I was wrong. I think I nailed it. You had the wrong team favored, and the wrong team was favored, and the wrong team won. So it worked out very, very well. So anyway, so we're hoping if I go to Vegas and I see Alabama as a 3-point favorite, I'm betting Georgia right then and there. Then they got the Vanderbilt. Should kill South Carolina, should kill at Tennessee. Is going to be an interesting game because I like the coach. We'll see about the quarterback, but he usually has a good offense. Then this is a very interesting stretch. At Tennessee, emotional. At home to Missouri, and they got Brady Cook, and they are a very good team. They're a top 10 team. Then they get to go to at LSU, and I'm sure Bobby will be at that game. And then they go to Mercer. What's Mercer doing there? And then it's at Oklahoma and home to Auburn. So you have Georgia, Tennessee, Missouri, LSU, Oklahoma, and then the Auburn game, which Auburn's not that good, but still an emotional Iron Bowl game. So they got a really tough schedule. He's good in big games. So the coach beat Oregon twice, beat USC, I don't know if they played Utah, Washington State, Oregon State. So he's a good big game coach. The problem is Milrose. Milrose is going to struggle against Georgia. He's going to struggle against Missouri. He's going to struggle against LSU. And we don't know what Oklahoma is this year. They won't be that bad as we think, but they're not going to be that good. All right, so that's Alabama. Tough schedule. Then we go to Arkansas. We've got Talon Green. Why have I heard that name before? So Bobby Petrino, really good offensive coordinator. Yeah. Doesn't say where he's from. All right. I know he transferred in. He's a junior, but anyway, Sam Pittman is the coach. He's 23 and 25, so he's not the new coach. The new coach, Bobby Petrino. So look for Arkansas to score a lot with Bobby Petrino. Very good offensive coordinator. If Arkansas struggles more, then I can see Bobby Petrino taking over as the coach. Otherwise, Pittman took him up from Humpty Dumpty, the Wisconsin coach. So look for this. Look for Arkansas to be explosive. Their schedule. They start at Arkansas Pine Bluff. Then at Oak State should be an interesting game with my running back. At Auburn, they got A&M, they got Tennessee, LSU, Ole Miss, Texas, and at Missouri. Rough little schedule. See, the SECs, they're all going to have 2-3 losses. I mean, it's just, that maybe they can beat LSU at home and Ole Miss at home, but then you're at Missouri, you're at Oak State. You got A&M in the neutral and the Jerry Dome. So this will be very interesting. So Arkansas, look for them to be high scoring, but will they, again, very tough schedule. Auburn, the Tigers. Peyton Thorne from Michigan State was there last year. The quarterback is there this year. It was okay, nothing great. Coach is Hugh Freeze. He's 6-7 at the school 1 year. Career record 109.54. I believe he was the coach at Auburn, and Old Mississippi or Old Mississippi State, or one of them, one of the Old Misses. So we'll see what they're like. 6-back offense, 5-back. I don't even know if they're even pertinent with the NILs. They're not going to be included, but they're good players. All right, look at their schedule. They open with Alabama A&M. Where did they find that school? Was it Division IV? They play the junior high team on their other weeks. Cal, New Mexico. All right, then they get Arkansas, Oklahoma, Georgia, Missouri, and then they finish with A&M and Alabama. So I don't know. It was a nice season, Auburn, but that's about it. So Hugh Freeze, good offensive coach. Look for them to score more. Peyton Thorne, okay, quarterback, nothing special. The Florida Gators. We've got Urban Meyer went back there now. Graham Mertz, the quarterback from Wisconsin. You got to be shitting me. You're getting Graham Mertz. Oh my God. They got a lot back, 8 on offense, 6 on defense. So they didn't use NIL, but they didn't lose a lot of players. Coach Billy Napier from Lou Lafayette is 11-14 in 2 years. Career record 51-26. We won a lot of money with him and Levi Lewis at Lou Lafayette. We ain't winning any money with him here at Florida. We'll see what happens. Schedule, they start with Miami. Then they got A&M, at Tennessee, Georgia. Georgia's at the largest, what do they call it? The largest cocktail party at the where the hell is that game? It's at the Gator Bowl. Then they got Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, and Florida State. Holy fuck, what a schedule. So we'll see how, again, how good A&M going to be. At Tennessee, love the coach, should be good. Georgia, we know is great. At Texas, they should be great. LSU, we know will be good. And at Florida State, we know they're not going to be good with Uglia Buglia, but, whoever the backup is, I love the coach there. So they'll be a strong team. The good coaches adjust. They know Uglia Buglia sucks, so they run them more, or they bring in the backup more to throw it. And that's what they do. So very tough schedule for Florida. Just like everybody else in the conference. You got 4 or 5 huge games. Georgia, Alabama. You're fucked. All right, here's Georgia. Carson Beck. I'm surprised he's a senior. He's new, but he wasn't a freshman. So he took over for our guy, Stenson Benson, who won 2 titles in a row. Carson Beck should have. He blew the Alabama game, but still pisses me off. They lost that game 27-24 because they missed a field goal. I remember that just before half, I think. And they were down 27-17, and then they cut it to 27-24. Very disappointing losing to Ella fucking Bama with Milrose. See, that's why they got rid of the defensive coordinator. He didn't attack them. He let Milrose run around instead of just blitzing 6, and they would have sacked him every time. Hard to understand, but that's why Will Muschamp is not there anymore. Be aggressive. You got all that talent on defense. They're faster than the quarterback. Just let them go after the quarterback. That's how you keep teams to 7 points a game, is you blitz them. Look at Michigan last year. They kept it very low by sending 6 guys every play. And then their cornerback came up. So if you did try to just dump it off to the receivers, the secondary was playing for the short pass and easily dumped them. The only plays that would have worked against Michigan are the slants. The slants would have worked, but if you line up 3 receivers on one end, it's obviously a wide receiver screen. It ain't going to work. All right. So let's go. We got Carson Beck, good quarterback. I have no problem with that. number one in the country by a mile. They Kirby Smart's 94-16 in 8 years. What a coach! Mike Bobo, I like the offensive coordinator. Used to be a quarterback, and the defensive coordinator is now Glenn Schumann. All right, They got 9 back on offense, 6 on defense, but they're too deep on defense all the time. Georgia has one of the deepest, most talented rosters in the country. It also returns some of the top players at premium positions, and it isn't protecting a title. I don't know what that means. So let's look at the schedule. They start against Clemson. This should be a mercy rule. Tennessee Tech, I don't get. At Kentucky, they'll kill. At Alabama, that game, please, God, let us have Georgia as a dog in that game. I don't know. They don't normally make Alabama a home dog. I don't think I've ever seen it. Maybe once against LSU or something. And they never played Georgia. They don't play them on the crossover. So this will be very interesting what we see with this game. But if I get Georgia as a dog, the house, the car, the gold, it's all going on Georgia. All right. And we'll have to find 2 or 3 other big teasers to put with it. So love Georgia there. You got Auburn. Could be a letdown because they're going to be sky high for Alabama. Old Mississippi State. Then they go to Texas. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Florida and the largest cocktail party shouldn't be a problem. Old Miss, they'll kill them. Tennessee, because these are offensive teams. They kill offensive teams because they just blitz them. And they don't have the defense to stop Georgia. Georgia is such a good offense where they power run you, and then their passing attack. It's concise. They have speed. They had Brock Bowers, so the backup played a lot last year. So they'll kill Old Miss. They'll kill Tennessee, UMass, and Georgia Tech. So there's 2 spots for them, at Alabama and at Texas. They have no LSU, home against Tennessee, and this Clemson game the first week, they'll kill them. I think I saw a 12-point spread on the game. I'll take it under because I don't think Clemson's going to score. And then the question is, how good is Clemson's defense? That's what we don't know. But normally it's a good defense. Last year they ran the table. They killed Kentucky. They killed Florida. They beat Missouri 30-21. They killed Ole Miss. They killed Tennessee. They had a close call with Georgia Tech. They got like a late touchdown. And then they lost to Bama. Unbelievable. And you can't count the Florida State game. They didn't play because they weren't in the playoffs, so none of the players played for Florida State, which we didn't know, or we would have bet Georgia. Okay, so that's Georgia. Number 1 would beat half the pro teams, especially as weak as the pros are. They would beat half of them. Anyway, we will see. Kentucky. Brock Vandagriff. Never heard of him. He's a junior. They got 6 back offense, 9 back on defense. Coach Mark Stoops. He's 73-65 at Kentucky. I don't know who the coordinators are. He's Bob Stoops' brother, the guy who used to coach at Oklahoma. All right. Kentucky added weapons on both sides of the ball via the portal. This season could come down to the trenches. The offensive line struggled, and aside from Walker, how good can the defensive line be? If Vandagriff gets adequate protection and lives up to his billing, the Wildcats can win. What's his billing? If he struggles, the Wildcats will have to fight to earn a bowl. Okay, I don't know what that means. What reputation does Vandagriff have? He's the quarterback. Let's see. Hamden will have former 5-star prospect and Georgia transfer Brock Vandegrift. Well, if he's so good, why didn't he make Georgia's team? And that was my thing with Fields. Fields got beaten out by Stenson Benson. Fields was a Georgia guy. He gets beaten out by Stenson Benson and transfers to Ohio State. And that's why you know Fields is no good. And then the same thing here, Brock Vandegrift. Yeah, he's a 5-star from Georgia, but he can't beat out Carson Beck. And so he's now at Kentucky. And that's the problem with the landscape. Georgia gets the guy. Maybe he plays this year. Maybe he plays next year. Carson Beck's a senior, so he would have played next year at Georgia. So I think it's a big mistake going to Kentucky. But anyway, so we'll see. Let's look at their schedule. They open with Southern Miss, South Carolina. They get Georgia the third week, then Ohio, then Ole Miss, Vanderbilt, Florida, Auburn. So far, pretty easy. At Tennessee's a loss. Murray State, at Texas, and Louisville. So they only have a few. They got Georgia and at Tennessee and at Texas. So they got an easy schedule, Kentucky. All right. LSU, Bobby's team. We got Garrett Nussmeier, who I remember played. He's not bad. I think he played in the bowl game. You got Brian Kelly record. He's 20-7 in 2 years. Career record 299, 103. He won it at Grand Valley State in Michigan here. Then he went to Central Michigan and he won. Then he went to Cincinnati and he won. Then he went to Notre Dame. He did pretty good. And now he's at LSU. So good coach, good offensive guy. And let's look at their schedule. So Nussmeyer's not a bad quarterback. They open with USC. Then they got UCLA the 21st. Then they go Ole Miss, Arkansas, A&M, Alabama, at Florida, Vandy, and Oklahoma. So they avoid Georgia. They do get Alabama and Auburn. So they're still on that side, although they get Florida and Vanderbilt. And then they add Oklahoma. So you've got Oklahoma, Florida, Alabama, A&M, Arkansas, Ole Miss, USC. They could maybe go undefeated. They got to beat Alabama. Oklahoma's not as good. Maybe they will be. USC, no defense. That's going to be a huge, explosive game against USC. If we got a 60-point over-under, we're betting that way over. This is an 80-point game against USC. I don't care who the defensive coordinator for USC is. They don't have a defense, and they're not going to stop LSU. And Nussmeier looked pretty good in the bowl game. So I don't think you'll have an issue there. I mean, Daniels wasn't that good at Arizona State when he transferred to LSU. I didn't like it, and he had a little bit of a tough start. But if he can make Daniels into a star, he can definitely do it with Nussmeier. All right, Old Mississippi State. We got Blake Shapen. I've heard of him. Where is he coming from? Baylor, I think. Yeah, he's from Baylor, so he's not bad. He's not great, but he's not bad. They got nobody back on offense, 2 on defense. I assume it's all portal. This is a new look team pretty much across the board. The Bulldogs also face the dawning schedule. We don't care. We can read that. Levy's first. Yeah, see, what's your final analysis? That's not an analysis. So we'll see. But this is his first season, and he's an offensive coordinator. And let's go. So Shapen is a Baylor quarterback. Let's see. They open with Eastern Kentucky, who's a high school team, then Arizona State, Toledo, Florida, and then you got, that's enough of the easy, at Texas, at Georgia, A&M, at Tennessee, and then you got Old Missouri and Old Mississippi to finish it off. Is this Daria? Yes. That was Daria. So it's just so much of a better when I'm talking to her than when I've lost her for 4 days because she's working and your brain fucks you over. All right. So Old Mississippi, pretty tough schedule. Missouri's a really good team. Old Miss, we'll see. Tennessee's a good coach. A&M, Georgia, Texas, Florida. Yeah, this is going to be tough for Old Mississippi State. Big Missouri, Brady Cook, outstanding quarterback, should be a high draft pick. They got 7 back on offense, 5 on defense. They've got Elia Drinkwitz, very good coach, 28-21 in 4 years. At Missouri's very good because you got to play Georgia and Tennessee and Kentucky and Florida every year. Let's look at their schedule. They open with Murray State and then Buffalo, BC, Vanderbilt, all wins. At A&M will win. At Mass, home to Auburn. So going into the Alabama game, they should be undefeated. And then they at Alabama, then Oklahoma, and they avoid Georgia. I thought they played Georgia. Oh, even better. So all they got's Alabama. Oklahoma is really not that strong. A&M might be strong. South Carolina, Mississippi State, and Arkansas. Wow. Missouri should be in the playoffs. So you guys like to bet that. I would definitely bet old Missouri in the playoffs. Oklahoma, Jackson Arnold, a sophomore, is nothing as a quarterback. He's just a running quarterback. He's not really a good thrower. They're going to be in trouble with him. Casey Thompson from, I believe, Texas is the backup. I think you'll see a lot more of him. Coach Brent Venables is 16-10 in 2 years. It's funny. Well, he wasn't the coach at Clemson. He was the defensive coordinator. And there's a big difference being the defensive coordinator and being the coach. And that's my point. When you're the coach, it's a big change being the head coach. You got to worry about offense and defense, and you're really not coaching the defense. So at Clemson, he's coaching the defense. They had a pretty good defense. Here, he's not even the defensive coordinator. So he's the head coach. Does he know how to be a head coach? He's 16-10. I bet you didn't lose 10 games at Clemson. It took him 8 or 9 years to lose 10 games. So this is the problem you have with a good defensive coordinator. You make him a head coach, like Jim Schwartz. The Lions had him as their head coach. He was a good defensive coordinator, goes to the Lions, sucks as a head coach. And he goes back to Philly as a defensive coordinator, and he's a very good defensive coordinator. He's like he's like the guy on the I wanted to say the Jets, but Salah, he looks like a good head coach. No, the guy in Kansas City, Spagnolia, great defensive coordinator, won a couple of Super Bowls, go with the Giants. Then he goes to coach, and he's not a very good head coach. And now he's on Kansas City, and he's a great defensive coordinator. So I don't know that you just run to be a head coach. I think that's the problem in the league. There's too many. You got eight coaches that get fired every year in the NFL out of 32. That's ridiculous. And mostly it's because these guys are decent coordinators. You make them a head coach, but they're not head coaches. There's a big difference coaching the defense and coaching that. Or how about the guy at Miami? He wasn't even an offensive coordinator. He was a towel boy for the Niners. Coach tight ends or something. Look at the Lions head coach. He coached tight ends at New Orleans. He doesn't know how to be a head coach. He's a terrible head coach. He might be a good motivator or get the players pumped up, but we're not even seeing that. We saw against Baltimore and they got killed, and then the Niner lost, and they lost to Green Bay and Chicago, and the Dallas lost. He got out coached. The rest were just weak teams. I mean, he played Minnesota with the third string quarterback twice, and then he beat Atlanta and New Orleans and Tampa and Carolina, which all sucked. So he really had a weak schedule, and he still lost 5 games. Losing to the Packers and the Bears was embarrassing. And then the Dallas game, you don't have to keep going for 2 points. Okay, the ball's at the 7. You can probably kick the extra point, get the tie, go to overtime. Why are you so afraid of going to overtime? I didn't quite understand that. I'd rather tie than lose. So again, I found his losses to be very bad losses. His wins didn't really impress because they're against bad teams. So we will see. The best team he beat were the Rams, which give him credit for that, but that was it. That was a fluke. But we'll see this year. Lions get a hard schedule. They'll be lucky to win 8 games. You think they're going to go win 12 games against this schedule? You're out of here. You don't know you don't even understand it. All right. So Venerables, we look at their schedule. They got Houston, which could be good with Willie Fritz, but I don't know how good Oklahoma is. Tennessee at home, Texas, Red River Shootout, Ole Miss, Missouri, Alabama, and LSU. Oklahoma's in big trouble with this quarterback. Now, if they go to Casey Thompson, who was the Texas quarterback, they might do a little better. Otherwise, they're in big trouble with this quarterback. He's one of these running quarterbacks, but I don't even think he can throw. So I think you're in big trouble with this quarterback. And it looks like the Sawchuck's a running back. Yeah, Oklahoma's quarterback sucks. All right. Old Mississippi, Jackson Dart, USC quarterback. Um, Head coach Lane Kifford is 34 and 50. He's been here 4 years. He was at Alabama for like 5. He was at USC for like 4 games, and he was at Tennessee for 4 games. This is what I don't like about a guy like Lane Kiffin. He's not dependable. He's not honest. He's not trustworthy. When I'm interviewing, I said, I have 2 things. You can trust me, and I'm trusting and respectful. So you can trust me, and I will respect you. And those are the 2 very key things. You can't trust or respect Lane Kifford. So I don't. 34-15, okay. Charlie Weiss Jr., he's the offensive coordinator because he learned from his dad. Because he coached Tom Brady, so he knows everything. I mean, come on, give me a break. It's funny, he went to Kansas, didn't do shit. Now this new guy at Kansas has Kansas winning. So Charlie Weiss didn't do shit. All right. So Lane Kiffin, decent offensive coach. Let's look at him last year. They gave up 23 to Georgia Tech, 24 to Alabama, 49 to LSU, 21 to Auburn, 35 to A&M, 52 to Georgia, and then 25 in the Penn State bowl game, which I don't know if anybody actually played in the game. So this year they open with Furman, Old Middle Tennessee State, or Old Middle Tennessee, Wake, Georgia Southern, Kentucky, South Carolina. So they got their first 6 games. They got a Kentucky in there, Old Miss. So they'll start out 6-0. Then here comes the fun: LSU, Oklahoma, at Arkansas, Georgia, Florida, and Old Mississippi State. So we know they're going to lose to Georgia, and that's it. Oklahoma and LSU. Oklahoma, I don't know. They're not, with this quarterback, they're not going to beat Old Miss. I don't know how good Old Miss is, but they got to find a defense. All right, South Carolina, quarterback Lenora Sellers, a freshman. Well, they're in big trouble. Head coach Shane Beamer. He's 20 and 18 in 3 years there. Career record 20 and 8. So he's a new coach that's over his head. They're trying to make Rattler look like he was good. Yeah, good luck on that. Redshirt freshman Lenora Sellers, a dynamite athlete, which means he's a shitty quarterback. Means he's a runner. So when you get quarterbacks that are athletes, means they're just runners. I mean, it's like Milrose. It's like half these guys that aren't good quarterbacks, so they go, well, just run around. And that's what you got at South Carolina. So they're in big trouble. They open at Old D, then they get at Kentucky, LSU, at Alabama, at Oklahoma, A&M, Missouri, and at Clemson. So they'll probably lose at Kentucky, LSU, Ole Miss, Alabama, probably at Oklahoma, A&M, Missouri, and probably at Clemson. So they only want to win 3 or 4 games. Again, it's tough because you look, well, it's at Oklahoma, and then you look at Oklahoma and you go, oh, well, they're not that good. But it's still going to Oklahoma and the big crowd and everything. So we will see. But I think it's definitely when you got an athlete, you got one of these fast athletes at quarterback, you got trouble, right? It's just they're not. It's like Lamar. Lamar was okay at Louisville, and then he beat Florida State, and then Clemson shut him out 35-0. Once they saw what he can do, Clemson figured him out. Couldn't run, can't pass. He still can't pass out Baltimore. What he's doing on Baltimore, what are you doing, Baltimore? You got a guy who can't throw. You can't win a playoff game against teams with good defenses. Kentucky, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Buffalo, he probably can't beat. So this is what you have. with Lamar. Anytime he plays a good team in the playoffs, he's not going to be able to do anything because they're not going to let him run around because they have great defense, and then he's going to have to throw. And look at the KC game; it was 17-10. I mean, they couldn't. He got 10 points, and KC had a great defense, and 7 of it was a miracle. He kicked a field goal, and then he had a lucky touchdown. It was a miracle. I mean, it was a fluke busted play. Otherwise, the rest of the game, he didn't do anything. But that's not what you want. You need a Mahomes, a guy who's going to beat Baltimore. Mahomes had a harder time, but that's what shows you against that Baltimore defense. He was fine. You go the other way, he's in trouble. All right, Tennessee. Nico Lima-Leva, a freshman. There's going to be problems. The backup is Gaston Moore, a senior. Look for him to be playing more. I love Josh Heupel, good coach, good offensive coach. This guy's a redshirt freshman. It says here, after a frustrating season with Joe Milton, yet somebody drafted Joe Milton, somebody drafted Spencer Rattler. These are obviously GMs that have no business drafting. They don't know what they're drafting. Maybe he'll do good. He couldn't do good in college, couldn't handle the Georgias, the Alabamas, the Floridas. But, gosh darn it, this is the pros. He should do well in the pros. I mean, this is embarrassing. All right. So Josh Heupel, really good coach, 27-12 in 3 years. They're very good at home. Let's look at it. So Chattanooga, what is that? And then they play NC State in Charlotte. Then Kent State sucks. At Oklahoma, I expect them to win. At Arkansas, I expect them to win, but I think both will be high scoring. Then they get Florida, and then they got Alabama and at Georgia. So that's it. They got 2 games. I think Oklahoma, I don't know, but I think they got the freshman quarterback. Going to see a couple of these teams have the freshman quarterback. It's going to be a problem. So Tennessee, it's how good is this quarterback? I don't think he's very good, but we'll see. I love how he's a 5-star. Yeah, because he's fast. Yeah, no, I want a quarterback. Texas. Now, Texas should be very good. Quinn Ewers, very good quarterback. Head coach Steve Sarkisian, 25-14 in 3 years. Wasn't very good at USC. Offensive coordinator at Alabama. I don't know. If Texas offense has reloaded successful with portal pass catchers, and if the defense can develop a solid rotation, the Longhorns have a chance to contend. But they open against Michigan, so they'll have the good quarterback. Their defense is going to be a little weak. Can they stop the running of Michigan? Because that's all Michigan can do is run up the middle every down of the game. I don't know. All new receivers. It's going to be tough. 5 offense, 5 defense. Steve Sarkisian. So they open against Colorado State, which I don't think is that good. At Michigan, September 7th, week 2. This is the game. Michigan will be a 7-point favorite. We'll see how good Michigan is, but at least they're playing a team. Last year, Michigan didn't play any good teams until really the whole time, until they played Alabama. They didn't play a good. Ohio State sucked last year. Penn State was average. So that was it. So we'll see if they still do that 6-man line. Probably an under in this Texas game, but we'll see. Then they got UTSA. I love UTSA, my team. Lou Monroe, who sucks. Old Mississippi State. Oklahoma. Red River rivalry. Then this is going to be a bitch for them as they're going to play and get sky high for the Oklahoma game. And by the way, after that, we got Georgia. You don't want Georgia right after you're emotional for Oklahoma. So look for Georgia to beat the hell out of them. Then add Vandy's fine. Florida, who knows? Add Arkansas, who knows? Kentucky. They're all Florida, Arkansas, Kentucky are all about the same team. Pretty good talent. SEC, but not really good. And then you got at A&M, which we have no idea how good they are. I mean, they could be good, but maybe not. So we will see. So could be a tough schedule. And here's A&M. Connor Wegman, quarterback, I like. He took over for the guy last year and was pretty good. Mike Elko from Duke, first time coaching. Or no, actually, he's 16-9 in 2 seasons. I like Colin Klein from Kansas State. Very good offensive coordinator. I don't know who the defense is. See, this is the problem. Let's make betting even harder with all these new coordinators that we have no idea who they are and if they're any good or not. We know the Miami defensive coordinator sucks, and the offensive coordinator sucks, and the head coach sucks. And we know the Notre Dame offensive coordinator sucks. Because you had Hartman and couldn't win with them. So we know you suck. But most of these guys, you have no idea. What do I got to now start charting offense and defensive coordinators? Oh, my God. So it's going to be really, really difficult. This is why we're going to have to heavily depend on the box scores because we'll see what a team does, right? So you got all these SEC teams. So right away, A&M plays Notre Dame and at Florida. After 3 weeks, we'll know, are they a offensive team? Are they a defensive team? Well, you got to throw out the McNeese State game. But so look at the Notre Dame and the Florida, and you go, oh, they scored 40 points, or they scored 5 points. Did they give up 5 points? Did they give up 40? And that's how you're going to measure it. But it'll change a little bit after that as they get more involved. So anyway, so Mike Alcalo was good at Duke. Hey, Greg John. What's cooking? Nothing's cooking. Just going through some football and baseball. I'm already 2-1 today. I had the Tigers under and Philadelphia under. I already won those 2. And then we won the Cubs over 11. So far I'm doing good in baseball, all these noon games. We're going through the SEC today, and then we're going to talk some gold and brics and comex. So here's A&M. Notre Dame should be a tough game. I don't like their coach, and I certainly don't know about their offensive coordinator. And they got Riley Leonard, the Duke quarterback. They couldn't do anything with Hartman, so I don't know what they're going to do with him. Then they're at Florida, Bowling Green. Then there's Arkansas, and then Missouri, who's really tough. LSU and South Carolina, New Mexico State, at Auburn, and then the last game at Texas. So 3 or 4 tough games for A&M. I do like the quarterback. We'll have to see how they adjust to the coordinators and the injuries that they get. Otherwise, I think they're a good team. But, like Oklahoma, I have no idea. LSU, I'm expecting this to be good. Florida, Arkansas, I mean, I don't know. Missouri should be very good. Missouri will make the playoffs. Mark that down right now. Vanderbilt, Dago Pavia, my man from New Mexico State. Very good quarterback. Look for Vanderbilt to score a lot. Clark Lee, record at school 9-27 in 3 years. Tim Beck, offensive coordinator, is good. Clark Lee's actually the defensive coordinator. I don't know what to make of that. So the Commodores are going to run a heavy thing. Okay. We'll see how long that lasts, but okay. Let's look at their schedule. They open with VTech, Georgia State, at Missouri's a loss, Alabama's a loss, at Kentucky's a loss, Ball State, Texas is a loss, at Auburn, maybe, South Carolina should be a win, at LSU, goodbye, and then Tennessee at home, goodbye. Willie Mays pass. What's your thoughts on him? I love Willie Mays. Willie Mays, that's what's missing. All right, so that's the SEC. What's missing in baseball is Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle and Sandy Koufax and players like that. I was listening on the radio on the idiots in Detroit, and they're going, "Who would you pay to go see?" There's nobody. There's nobody who's playing baseball now I would pay to go see. Um, there just is no Clemente. There's no Mays. There's no Hank Aaron. There's no Mickey Mantle. There's no Joe DiMaggio. There's nothing like that you want to see. Who am I going to go see? Showtime Haitani. The guy he can't even speak English. So yeah, I'm going to relate to him. There's no Frank Thomas. There's no Ken Griffey Jr. Derek Jeter. I mean, you just don't have it. Bobby Bo, Barry. I'd pay to go see Barry when he was hitting 800 home runs a year. McGuire for sure. I mean, when he was doing that home run race, that's why I don't understand this whole steroid thing. When it was him and Sosha doing that home run derby, and to get to 75 home runs, I remember I would be golfing with my ex, and we would stop in on the 9th hole or the 10th hole, and the game would be on. And did McGuire hit a home run? I mean, we're watching. Oh, McGuire's coming up, and we would watch it. Getting a Coke on the 10th tee. And that's the problem. You don't have that. You have nothing like that in baseball right now. So, yeah, it's, very sad Willie Mays passed. I don't know. There's something in these drugs they're doing. There's too many people dying. James Bond, Sean Connery, him, and some other I think Tim Allen died. I was seeing something where it was like some of the people on that Tim Allen show had died. Too many people are dying. They're trying to kill us with the drugs. I don't even want to take drugs anymore because they put all this bullshit in the drugs, and who knows what they're putting in the food. My feet keep bothering me. But no, it's a sad day. He was a great player. Although he did that basket catch over the shoulder, it's not hard. If you watch Jerry Rice and you watch football and you play football, what are you doing? You're looking over your shoulder for the ball and catching it. So if you play baseball, why is that a hard catch? I'm used to doing and catching a football. So if I'm playing baseball and I'm running and I'm looking over my shoulder, it's not any different than a football. And I caught a lot of footballs. So when I played baseball and I'd have to look over my shoulder, there's the ball. It was a piece of cake. It was very easy because I was used to playing wide receiver. So it was no problem at all. So I don't know why anybody makes such a big deal about an over the shoulder catch. It's a very easy catch. I mean, it's a football catch, fellas. It's not too hard. So that's where I'm at with Willie. Yeah, very disappointed. Let's see what else. So let's go over baseball before it gets. We have Seattle with Brian Wu, Mr. In his Twitter. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if we got over in the Cubs game. And we 6-5-11. We pushed on the 11, but I didn't bet it. All right, let me show you. Okay, so this is Ric Flair's account on Twitter. And here's my text to Ric Flair. Brian Wu pitching for Seattle tonight. I bet him the professor. Let's see if he's really him and he's responding. But how can you not bet on a guy named Brian Wu with Ric Flair? I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? So that's what I have. So your baseball is Seattle with Brian Wu, and he's got a good ERA. It's like 1.5. Boston over 8 and Minnesota over 7.5. Those are your 3 bets for tonight, and then the White Sox over and the Colorado over. Actually, I did take Colorado. That's a 5-unit. So that's a 4th bet. The other 2 bets have already won. Detroit under 7.5, lost 7-0. I like how when I start betting the aces on Detroit, they start giving up 7-8 runs. You're like, yeah, really strong ace they got. And then Philly, Ranger Suarez with his 1.81 ERA. They lost 5-2, but they kept it to 7, and we were under 8.5, so we got the W. So that worked out well. We just did SEC. So now we got gold and brics and all comex and all that nice stuff. So let's go there. What's happening? What's happening with gold? Gold is at 23.28. Hasn't moved since 2 o'clock. So from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, there's no action. That's really weird, isn't it? 23.28, so it's at a decent thing. You had a few derivatives at 23.35. Eddie Murphy sold it, and then he bought it at 23.27. Not a lot there. Then a buy at 23.27, a sell at 23.33, a buy at 23.25, a sell at 23.31. So not a lot of activity. Silver 29.76. Okay, not too bad. Now we have all this petrodollar crap. U.S. dooms the petrodollar. I don't know what that means. Petrodollar ending as Yellen issues ultimatum to global banks. I don't know that she can, global banks aren't going to listen to Yellen. I'm not going to waste our time listening to Janet Yellen. I'd rather listen to Jim the Anvil Neidhart. So here the U.S. Saudi petrodollar agreement is over. So what does that mean? Basically that to buy oil in your Egypt, you had to use U.S. dollars to buy it. You had to pay for the oil with U.S. dollars, as did every other country. If you wanted Saudi oil, you had to do that. I don't know about Iran or Iraq. That's what Saddam Hussein tried to do, was say, no, I want to get paid in gold, and they killed him. But I don't see the U.S. killing Zimbabwe for going on a gold-backed currency, and nor am I going to see them touching the BRICS. Russia and China, they're not touching them. So it's very good news for us, because we're the smartest people in the room. We're not fucking around with the U.S. paper dollars. We're going to the gold. We're out of dollars into gold. That's what we've done. So all we've done is switched. We traded dollars for gold. It's a trade. This has more value than the dollar. And so what we did was we bought this, which is, I normally put my silver in it. And I started playing with my gold. And I said, you know what? I have these that fit inside. So I start putting these in here. And all of a sudden, instead of having this big bag with all this gold, I now have put my 1/4 ounces in a couple of these, my 1/10 of an ounce in a couple of these. My maple leaves fit in here. So you get 11 maple leaves, maybe 12 in one of these. You get 20 ounces of silver, but because you have the plastic, it takes up more space. So you can't get 20 ounces of gold if you're using the plastic, which I highly recommend. If you start scratching your gold, they're not going to give you value on it, even though it's an ounce of gold. So because it's so valuable, I would suggest this, just like I put on my Mahomes card. It's plastic, it's covered. You want to protect the card. I want to protect gold. So I got it in here. So you get 11, basically 11 of these in this. And so that's what I've started to do to make it even harder and make it easier to hide. And when I travel, so if I go see Daria or Jenna, I'm going to put 8 or 9 ounces of silver and then a couple, 3 or 4 gold in there, and just give them the and say, here you go. And then they put it in their purse. Easy to hide. Nobody knows. You don't need a big safe, and you'll be fine with it. So that's what you have. I mean, it's a very simple, easy way, I think. Much easier. You want to go to the airport, I would put this in my carry-on, or I could keep it in my pocket and put it in that tray. Maybe you shove it in the shoe or put it next to the wallet and the keys, and then just let it go, and they won't know what it is. They'll just see a white container, and then when you get it back, you put it in your pocket. You're on the plane. Nobody knows. You get off. You're done. Most of the time when you go to Europe, you don't have to claim anything. It's like, do you want to claim? You go, no, I'm not claiming anything, and you go get a cab. Once you're there, you're there. So that's what I would do. But only if I would only travel with it is if you're going to give it to your girlfriend or your friend, or if you're going to sell it. So if I'm going to sell the gold and silver, in Switzerland, then I'd probably put 8 ounces of gold in here and then some silver, or I'd put quarter or half ounces in there and then go to Egon's store and say, here, cash this out for me. That's what I would do. Egon's bank. So that's what I did, and I've got to get some more. So again, these are too big. This is what the 1 ounce Eagles and Cougarans are in, and they're too big. They don't fit inside, right? They're too big for the opening. Where this is a quarter ounce, it fits, right? So I got to get smaller containers. Well, I got half ounces and I got a few more maple leafs to put in. But then for the ounces, they said there's a bigger one at Walmart that you can put these in there. So I might go look at them at Walmart maybe tomorrow or the next day. As far as my interview, I had my 4th interview. I know I'm going to have one more. And so there's put it this way, this is just a conglomerate type of company where it's like a what's it called, Northbridge or somebody is the parent, and they buy these companies and then we merge them together, and so there's a parent company and then there's one division. So I've interviewed with one division. I first interview with the VP, who's head over both of them, who really likes me. And then for the one division, I met with the CFO and the hiring manager. And now I met with the director of finance for the parent type of company. And then I'll meet with the treasury elements. So I'm going to have 5 interviews. I mean, it's crazy already. I said, well, am I going to get hired by July 4th? Otherwise, if I can meet Daria, she's not giving me, she's probably having trouble with the mom, but I can't meet her. Then I might take Jenna early July to Greece and then go with Daria when she's available. Then I'll take her. But, they're taking their sweet ass time hiring me. It's insane already. I won't get hired before July 4th. It's June 19th. TK, the Travelers is here in Connecticut. The Travelers. What's that? The insurance company? Well, I'm missing your point here, Greg and John. TK, the Travelers is here in Connecticut. I can't follow you. The Travelers. So anyway, that's what I'm looking at with that. So the job, it's very positive, but it's just waiting for them to hire. So I know I got one more interview, and then both teams will look at me and decide where I'm a better fit. So I described it as Coke and Diet Coke. So I've interviewed with Coke, 2 interviews. Now I'm going to have 2 interviews with Diet Coke. I met with the VP who runs both of them. And then it'll be, where do they want me? And he asked me, and I says, wherever you want me, wherever I fit best, whatever is needed, that's fine. So all good there. I've had good interviews. Yesterday's was just wanted to get to know you and talk to you. He had interviewed with all the guys. I'm sure they gave him good feedback. So he's really not even worried about interviewing me, just to get to know me. Golf tournament, golf. Okay. And the point of that is, well, what's that mess got to do with anything, Greg and John? So the Travelers golf tournaments in Connecticut. Okay. And do we care? I did watch the U.S. Open. It's so bad now. What is wrong with that DeChambeau? Oh, my God. He's a circus. High-fiving everyone. Okay, dude, first of all, you're playing golf. I never saw Jack Nicklaus high-five anybody or Tom Watson. So I don't get all that. Tiger Woods thought he was a boxer or something. And then this guy, what a loser. I could out-putt DeChambeau by a mile. He's got the worst putting stroke I've ever seen. And then Rory, who's a big choke. And that's it. That was it. There was no other names. It's like golf is running the same way as baseball and basketball. There's no talent in it. You don't give a shit. There's nobody you want to go see. And football, you have Mahomes and Burrow, or you wouldn't have anybody to see there. So it's getting pretty bad. Am I watching it? No, I will not watch any. It was hard enough to watch the U.S. Open. I like the British Open, so I will watch that just because I like seeing Europe. But I am not going to watch a regular golf tournament. And no. Tom Watson was very good. See, I liked when it was Nicklaus and Watson and Weiskopf and Johnny Miller and Ray Floyd. My ex always said I look like Ray Floyd, and I golf like Ray Floyd, which I liked. I met Lanny Watkins at there was in Detroit, up north about a half hour, was the Buick Open. It was a nothing tournament. And I went and I met Lanny Watkins. He made a birdie on a hole, so he's on the tee, and I'm just kind of walking by, and he gives me a beer, and he had 7 or 8 like college buddies there, and so I'm just walking by. I don't, and it's Lanny, and I like Lanny, and then he gives me a beer. I'm having a beer with Lanny Watkins. It's so cool. I liked him, but that was it. I mean, that was kind of fun. I remember John Daly was there, and I kind of said, it's Chuck Daly, the coach of the Pistons. I never heard of John Daly. You never heard of the guy. But it was interesting. The way it's the sound of a rifle when they hit their tee shots, or even with the iron. It's like a rifle going off. It's explosive. It's just loud. And they hit it a mile, and they hit it accurate. And they just hit every shot, and then when they miss, they can recover and chip it or in the sand. And they're good putter. Well, some of them are good putters, and some aren't. That's what separates them. If you can putt, then you win. If you can't putt, you don't win. I liked Arnold Palmer too. Yeah, no legends are playing anymore. not even close to legends. I mean, I'd take a Lanny Watkins or, um, you know, Lee Trevino. Where's guys like, it doesn't have to be Nicholas all the time or Palmer, but where's Lee Trevino? Where's any of these guys? It's just they're bums. I'm looking at the leaderboard and I don't know anybody. And like I say, and a part of the problem is YouTube. I'd rather watch the 86 Masters replay with Seve and Nick Faldo and Greg Norman and Nicholas and Watson than watch whatever shit's on now. And the only thing I don't is the football games. I'll watch Mahomes and Burrow, but otherwise I'm watching the 74 Raider Miami game, and I'm watching the Steelers Super Bowls, and I'm watching Montana the catch and Montana against the Bears and Lawrence Taylor. It's so much more interesting than this shit. I mean, it really football okay, but we're betting it. But outside of that, baseball's terrible, and basketball. I didn't watch 5 minutes of the playoffs. You got Luca Brasi throwing game 3, playing great in game 4, throwing game 5. I don't know. Well, but he had personality. I mean, now I'm listening to the guys. Well, Rory, what did you think? Well, I was really excited to be there, and I tried to do my best, and I'm ready to throw up. Like, what kind of interview is this? Jack Nicklaus would never interview like this, or Seve or Norman. Seve would be emotional. Norman, yeah, I choked again. I hit my shot on the 18th at Augusta, 50 yards to the right. I don't know. Oh, well, I'll go home and count my money. And so that's kind of where it was at. But anyway, it's hard to watch these sports. Anyway, so going back to gold. So again, that's my plan, is to get smaller plastics to fit into here, and then I can just how hard is it going to be to find one of these in my house? Like right now, you go to my safe, and if you can find that, but this, I can stick 3 of these in my glove box. You're never going to find them, or in my trunk or whatever. So that's really the key. Is it's slowly, eventually they'll be invisible. You won't even see them. Now, BRICS, you got all these countries joining BRICS. What was it? It's like 40 countries. Malaysia just decided to fill file papers. Malaysia is now going to join BRICS. South Korea is joining BRICS. Kuala Lumpur is joining BRICS, whatever they're called. You got Russia beating that. U.S. dooms the petrodollar. I don't know what that means. I don't like this title. Bank assets seized. It was Russia's that they're talking about, not ours. So Russia had their 300 billion seized. Well, yeah, we knew that, but they make it sound like your bank assets are seized, and that's not what happened. You got Putin going to North Korea. He needed weapons. He was running out of weapons, so he's buying them from North Korea. You've got all these countries joining BRICS. Here's some idiot talking about barter. Is bartering with silver really possible? I wrote something nasty on hit. Let's see what I wrote here.
Now is the time to take advantage of the power of gold and silver to grow your wealth. Whether you're
power, what is it?
That question too.
All right. This is what we think of this guy. You're too stupid to do videos. And then I had to throw a Bobby in, shake my head. Okay. So I watched this guy. This guy's called Yankee stacking. This guy's a moron. He's a freaking moron. Can I barter it? Well, I already said I can go to my barbecue place and use it. But you got to understand what barter is. You don't barter money for chicken or for eggs or whatever. The grocery store has two options. They're selling eggs for $3 and you use this. And if this is silver, if I want to use the silver to buy the eggs, I go to the coin store, I sell the silver, I get this, and I buy the eggs with it. Or this is gone, and now how does Kroger sell eggs? They'll sell it in gold and silver. I mean, how do they get a price? So they don't even understand what barter is. Barter is me saying, I will give you this Mahomes card and I need 3 tires. Right? So here's the card, give me tires. It's barter because I'm not using money, I'm using an asset. Right? Or I can give you a Rolex for 3 tires, right? Or part of a Rolex, but you got to give me change. So that's what barter is when you use non-money. How is silver non-money? And how are you selling? See, the point that none of these guys get is, how are you selling the eggs? You're not using $3 because the dollar doesn't exist anymore. If it did, I don't need to barter. I just sell the silver for dollars. So if I'm going to actually use silver, then you're probably pricing the eggs in silver. So it'll go from $3 to 1/10 of an ounce of silver, which is $3.50 I saw at my coin store. So that's what you're going to be doing, is taking 1/10 of an ounce. So if I walk in with an ounce, you're going to give me change. It's not barter. I'm going to use money for it. Gold and silver are money. They're not barter. This is the barter part, right? This is barter, but not gold and silver. That's money. And that's what the system is. So they're not going to be selling eggs for $3 if the dollar's gone. If the dollar's there, you're going to sell your gold for the dollar. If the dollar's gone, then you're going to, how is Kroger's going to price their eggs? And I'm assuming it's either going to be the new dollar or it's going to be gold and silver. If it's the new dollar, I sell my silver for the new dollar. And if it's silver, I got silver. Here's an ounce of silver, and I get, all these quarter ounce silvers back for my silver. That's my change. And they're going to have to do that if they want to be in business to sell eggs. They're going to have change. So the whole concept of barter, the guy's fucking clueless. You don't take silver to buy. Now, me going to the barbecue and giving him an ounce of silver, it's still not barter. It is money. So it's worth $31. So if I buy a slab of ribs for $28, he will take the silver in loot to pay for because the silver has the value. And it's about even money. So it's $31. So the silver is like worth 33, 34. So he's not going to bitch. He'll take the ounce of silver and go with it. So it's not barter. It's an asset, and it's buying something. But see, this is the problem. These people are so confused. They don't know what they're talking about. So they just talk. Well, I'm gonna use silver as barter. No, you're not. It doesn't exist. There is no money is not barter. Barter can be this. I'll tell you what, I'll give you the 12-year Canadian club worth $75 to get $75 worth of groceries, or the Mahomes card, or maybe the Barry, this card's worth $250. I want groceries. Something like that. It's not worth what the Mahomes card is. But that's what you're looking for. So it's not barter, but that's what's going to happen. So let's review. Comex is derivatives. It's got nothing to do with economic inflation. They didn't raise interest rates. They did raise interest. Nothing to do with the price of gold and silver. I'm still hearing, oh, well, they didn't raise interest rates, so gold went down. Gold has nothing to do with anything but derivatives. But Eddie Murphy sitting there going, I'm going to sell it at 140 and I'm going to buy it at 29. That is what the gold price is. It's paper gold. It's not physical. It has nothing to do with anything going on outside. It is simply Eddie Murphy trying to sell the derivative at 140 to buy it at 29. So gold hits 2,400. Eddie Murphy's selling it at 2,400. And he's trying to buy it at whatever price he can get. And if he gets 23, 25, then that's what he's getting for it. But as the Russia, China, India buy as much gold as they can, they won't be able to keep doing that because they need the gold to do it. And if they don't have the gold, they can't do it. So that's the bottom line there. So it's paper gold, it's derivatives. That's all it is. This should not be this price in derivatives is 10. This is worth 10 times more physical than it is paper because they'll leverage it. So it's 96% leverage. So they sell 1,000 ounces. They have 1,000 ounces, and I don't even think. Let's say they have 100 ounces, and they sell 100,000 paper ounces. So it makes the price. You've got an extra 100,000 of physical gold that you don't have. What's with this leverage? What a bunch of bullshit. So how this charade's still going on, I don't know, but we're taking advantage of it. Like I told Luke yesterday, this is a buying opportunity. Gold and silver at these prices are a buying opportunity. He's getting frustrated. Why isn't it going up? Because Eddie Murphy sells at 2,400 and buys at 23 and a quarter. He's not going anywhere until he runs out of gold because he doesn't care about anything else. I'm going to do this. I'm going to short. I'm going to put the derivative. So it's at 2,400. I want the price to go down. And as long as it goes down, then I can buy it at 23.50 and I make $50. So they're doing reverse. Instead of buying at 23.50 and selling at 24, you're selling first and buying second. That's what an option is. Put and calls. Puts are down, put down, call up. And that's what you have, but that's not anywhere near the physical price. And with gold, you actually have to have some gold to do it. And if you run out of gold, you can't do it. And that's where they're at. There's very little gold left. They're stealing it from these ETFs, which are all a big Ponzi scheme. And that's it. That's basically what we have. So COMEX is a joke. It's far more paper gold than there is. They're controlling like ounces of paper gold that just doesn't exist. You don't have 200,000 ounces of gold that you have. You have 1,000, and they're trying to control 200,000 or 500,000. So it's all bullshit. So that's why I'm saying the physical is worth 96% times more because that's what it's leveraging, right? So 1,000 is leveraging 96,000. I mean, that's basically what it is. So because of the leverage, you're fine. So don't understand that. Wait a minute. So, it's not a physical price. I think that's the biggest problem. People don't understand that COMEX is not the physical price. It's all paper. The physical is at least 10 times higher. All the BRICS countries want it higher. Why do you think everybody's joining BRICS? Think about it. Use logic. Why did everybody get off the Titanic? It was sinking. And the only way to survive was to get on the lifeboats. Why is everybody joining BRICS? Because the dollar's collapsing. And the only way to survive is to be in gold. And who has all the gold? China and Russia. A little bit with India, a little bit with Saudi Arabia. They're trying to get more. The African countries are all stocking up. The Far East, Kuala Lumpur and South Korea and probably North Korea, all the Central Korea and Eastern Carolina, Korea, are the ones who probably have all the gold in there. So all these countries are joining up to get on the gold side, to get on the gold team. It's like all these teams joining the Big Ten and the SEC. So that's what you have. So that's why all the countries want to join. They want part of the gold because they know you can't fuck with gold. You only have so much. You can't print it, and it always has the value. And the only reason we're not on the gold standard now is the corrupt governments who want to print it, who want to print the dollar. And if it's not backed by gold, they can print as much as they want. And so instead of being smart and just taking the gold, letting the gold price go up and they'll all be billionaires, they want to print bullshit toilet paper. It's really stupid. But anyway, this barter is bullshit. It has nothing. It's silver and gold are money. You're not bartering it. And if they're priced in dollars, you're just selling it to get the dollar to buy it. You're never needing silver and gold if the dollar is active. You just sell it like you would a Rolex, get the money, and buy your groceries. It's when the dollar runs out, you're not bartering silver and gold. They'll be priced in silver and gold, or they'll be in a new dollar, and you'll sell the gold and silver for the new dollar and use that at the grocery store. It's not, it's very easy to follow if you have a brain in your head. So here's $10,000 gold by Mark McGuire, which we've already talked about in brics. Here's some big news for you. I don't know what it is. Las Vegas Raiders news today, 1 day ago. Interesting. So this guy I don't like. This guy's an idiot. Should be soaring. He doesn't understand that this is derivatives. Because if you understood derivatives, you understand why it's not soaring. Because the demand for the gold and silver have nothing to do with the price. So if all of us in class went and bought 1 ton of this, 32,000 ounces of gold, the price of the gold wouldn't go up a nickel. Because it only goes up when they do derivatives. So it's got nothing to do with supply and demand, free market economics. It's got to do with bullshit, Ponzi scheme, paper, gold, and silver. So again, this should be soaring. This guy doesn't get it. See, but that's what you got to notice, that this guy doesn't realize it's paper. He doesn't realize it's all derivatives. So how do you even listen to this guy? You know, whatever he says, he doesn't know. It's not physical. So should be soaring is physical should be soaring based on the demand for physical. We don't have a market for that. There is no exchange that says physical gold and silver is this price. That's really the problem. We don't have a market for that. So therefore, China and Russia can be buying tons and tons and tons of gold like they are. China has 60,000 or 65,000 tons of gold right now, and they're building up their silver. But that's physical. And there's nowhere it's shown that demand. That's why we're buying this, because it's so cheap. And when it finally hits, it hits. And with the U.S. being so stupid, and Janet Yellen and the whole bunch of morons, that's the point. So they don't have a clue what they're doing. They don't understand it. Janet Yellen has no idea what she's doing. How she got the job in the first place is, it's like, it'd be like Greg John being the head coach of Oklahoma. I mean, it's like way over his head. So that's really what you have. So again, here's some idiot going, oh, it should be soaring. What are you talking? You don't know what you're talking about. No, it shouldn't, because it's derivatives. If it was actual physical, yes, it would be. But that's the point. It should be soaring physical world. So therefore, we buy the physical this cheap. Does it make any sense? Silver's still $32 an ounce. with all this inflation and all these countries buying gold and silver, India and China buying silver by the fistful. Does it make any sense? It's still $32 an ounce. No. But again, that's the paper price. We're not buying paper. We're buying physical, which is worth 10 times more. I'm telling you, gold, put a zero at the end. It's $23,000. Silver's 3,200 or 320, but really that's probably more like 3,200 physical. So what we're waiting on is a physical price, which is what we're going to get. Once BRICS takes over and they're going to want a physical price, then you're looking at a big gold and big silver number, because it's got to be squared up to what the physical is. Now here's a comment of she was in the Fed, so she has no qualifications. Fed doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of achieving a soft landing. Really? We didn't know that. First of all, there won't be a landing because they can't stop inflation. Because they don't even know what inflation is. It's printing the money. So if I printed 150 trillion of this, between the 21 trillion here and the 130 trillion overseas that every country has, so they can buy oil with, that all comes back to roost. And then when that comes back to roost, the inflation's through the roof. But how would you get the inflation down? There's no way. You've printed too much money. You can't print money and stop inflation. So there's no way you can stop inflation. What Reagan did was raise interest rates to bring money back in to burn the money, but it still didn't. There was inflation by 1987. You had this huge inflation, huge stock market crash. It doesn't go away. So what are you telling us, Danielle, that achieving a soft landing? And what's your point? What's your point? Yeah, you're not telling us anything we don't already know. You're dealing with the professor here. I know all this. I'm teaching this. What are you saying? So you're not saying anything that we can use. How are we going to use it? Oh, well, I guess since they can't stop the inflation, maybe you should buy gold. Oh, really? Well, we're 3 years ahead of you. We've been talking about gold for 3 years now. Before I left for Alabama, I was buying gold. I've already been back 2 years. I've been buying and buying and buying, and I don't have enough. I need more. I need this job, or I need my mom to give me a big chunk in the trust. Then I can go buy gold again. And my goal is to get to 100 ounces. I can do it if I get the trust and I get the job. I'll get 100. Without it, I won't. I might get to 70, but that might be it. But that's the bottom line. So again, what are you telling us? Nothing. It's just like barter. You don't know what you're talking about. A snowball's chance of a soft landing. What's a soft landing? We're going to not have a recession. Believe me, the recession's guaranteed because of the inflation. The inflation is you printed too many dollars. How the fuck are you going to not have a recession when you print all these dollars and you made the dollar worthless, and then you make all the costs go up, which is not really the cost. It just takes more dollars to buy things because the dollar has no value. And therefore, if the dollar has no value, all these companies are going to be losing profit, losing value. So, of course, what kind of stupid idiot is this? Here's a good one for you guys. First things younger women notice in attractive older men. My guess, the wallet, but who knows? What are they checking out our bodies? That's too stupid to comment on. 1 million missiles, North Korea to Russia. North Korea probably needs money. Russia needs missiles because this stupid war will never end. You got some idiots there. Obama ignores Biden's desperate shoulder grab, viral moment of public. Obama's a real son of a bitch. Biden's just a moron, and Kamala Harris, what is she doing? She's a freaking idiot. U.S. warning red throughout nuclear. Rogan and Hogan, why do wrestlers die? Well, for Owen Hart, it was an accident, if you believe it was an accident, but that wasn't why that wasn't a normal why he died. A lot of these guys are real fat. They probably have diabetes, have heart attacks because they weigh 500 pounds. Here you go. Stone Cold's first day on the job. See, now you could have fun working with Stone Cold because that's the bottom line. He probably says that all the time. See, I hate this guy. This guy's a loser. They'll put me in jail for saying what a bunch of for saying what? The Fed will seize all your money in this crisis. What you really saying is if you have money in the bank, the Fed will seize it. Well, we already know that. You're not telling us anything new. This is where my frustration is. I'm not hearing. I'm looking. Well, I just went through 25 of these, and there's nothing that I already haven't talked about a year ago. So yeah, there'll be bail-ins. The banks will keep your money. We got it. And then what happens? So you can't get your money out of the bank. So get your money out of the bank. Put it in a safe. I've already told you this. So why is this? Oh, he's going to jail for this? You think anybody's going to listen to this moron? The Fed will seize all your money in the crisis. Well, they're not going to seize all my money because they're not going to seize this, my gold and silver. They're not seizing. They might try to tax it when I go to sell it, but they're not going to seize anything. So your bank's going to take your stocks and the real estate trust, but they already did it. Attack on Wall Street. What do? They took the guys. They stole his money out of the real estate trust. That's why he lost the 60,000. That's what that is. And Madoff, what did they do? Anybody that made money in Madoff, we want to give it to the people who lost money in Madoff. What the fuck was that? If you're in Madoff and you're getting money, you got to assume it's logistic because the SEC said it was. So why would I give anybody any money back? It's like betting football. Hey, we made $1,000 on the Super Bowl with KC. Why should I give that money back? It was a legal bet. I made it. I won. Why would I give any money back? Well, because Joe lost money on the game. Well, that's Joe's fucking problem. If you would have listened to me, he'd have had Mahomes. So why am I responsible? Because he lost. So these people in Madoff, why are the winners responsible for the losers? It doesn't make any sense. Just go print the money like you do with the banks and bail them out, or just leave it alone. Hey, you should have done your due diligence. You lost money in Madoff. Too fucking bad. And those people that were in Madoff early that made money, you got lucky that you didn't lose. And that's it. That's the bottom line. That's all it is. But, that's the thing. So, again, the banks are going to seize your money. No, they're going to bail in, which means as the banks see, the problem with the banks is these real estate loans. So the banks that the Empire State Building and these strip malls and all these commercial properties they rent out, and they rent it at 6% or whatever. So if you buy, you want to put a deli in the Empire State Building, so you pay rent for that space to sell your deli food in there. But now the interest rates are going up and they're going out, and so the people aren't renewing. They say, I can't make money, it's too high, I'm folding. Well, all the stores are folding out of these big buildings, but the bank has the one with the banks are the ones who own the building, who are trying to, they're trying to lease it out and make money on that, and they can't. So the banks are all going to default. And the central bank's job is to bail out the banks. They don't have any money because we're broke. We don't have any money. Our money is 100% gone. So with that point, we don't have money. The banks, Chase and Wells Fargo, who have these commercial loans out there, are all fucked. But because the Fed doesn't have any money because they printed all the money out and they have 36 trillion in debt, can't print money to give to these guys and bail out Wells Fargo and Chase and JP Morgan out of this commercial real estate disaster. They're going to steal your money. So if you have a 500 grand at Wells Fargo, they're going to take it. It's not your money in the first place. When you deposit money in a bank, it's not your money. It's their money now. They're holding it for you. But it is the bank's. So you go to Chase, it is Chase's money. You give Chase 100 grand, it's Chase's money. You have an IOU claim on it, which they may or may not pay, but they don't have to give you your money. They don't have to recognize it as your money. It's their money now. And then, we had these bad debts with the commercial side, so we're going to have to take your 100 grand because we've got to, because we're losing money. That's why I'm saying, get the fuck off the Titanic. Get off now. The water, we've hit the iceberg. The water's coming in. What are you waiting for? Get out of the fucking bank now. Look, if you need to, just buy gold and put it in one of these. 100 grand is not a lot of ounces. And if nothing happens and everything's take the gold back, get the dollars back, and off you go. You're preventing disaster. And that's the point of it. That's what Egon's doing, is preventing the dollar going to zero. Your money in the bank will go to zero. They're going to take it from you because it's theirs. It's not yours. This is what you don't get. You think you've got 100 grand in Chase because you put in 100 grand. It isn't your money. You don't have anything in there. You have an IOU. So if you do use it to pay a credit card, they'll honor it. If you try to take 20 grand out, maybe you can get 10, 15 grand. They'll give you the actual dollars. But how good are these? These aren't worth anything. So you're all playing this very, very frightening game. You're making Madoff look like a Boy Scout. So as you I was in Madoff, and now I don't have a house, and I lost my car, and I lost my life savings because I was an idiot, and I trusted Madoff, and I didn't see that, that money that I gave Madoff, and he wasn't investing because he wouldn't answer my question, and I just said, oh, well, that's okay. And when he goes bankrupt and I lose my money, I'm going to start crying because I lost my money because I was an idiot and trusted Madoff. There's a movie called Meet Joe Black, which I just watched, and I liked the movie. And there's a scene in it when, what's the lead, the older guy, Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins goes to Brad Pitt and he says, when I ask a question, I expect an answer. And if you don't give me an answer, a direct answer to my direct question, I fire you. Because there was a question he was asking Joe Black, who's deaf, And he's asking him the question, and he's not answering. He says, "Oh, if you were my employee, I'd fire you." And Brad Pitt goes, "So are you fired? Are you firing Death?" Well, yeah, I guess I can't fire you, but so the point was, if you don't answer my question, I fire you. So if I say, "What are you working on?" you better tell me, "I'm doing a budget. I'm doing a forecast. I'm doing month end." You better have a damn answer. Or where's that? I need that spreadsheet. And you better tell them directly, here's the answer. So if you ask me how much is a quarter ounce of gold, I said, I bought this for $6.41. I'm giving you a direct answer to your question. So if I'm asking Madoff, how are you investing my money? And he says, well, if you got to ask that question, you better take your money out. What do you think? What do you think this guy would have done? What do you think? Why do I keep blacking out with this guy's name? Anthony Hopkins. Well, I don't know why. So what do you think Anthony Hopkins, if he had his money and Madoff, would have done? Okay, I'm taking my money out. If that's what you're going to do, I'm taking my money out if you can't answer my question. He would have been tough with him, and he wouldn't have lost anything. There are firms like Goldman Sachs, and there's a couple others, Lehman Brothers, that did not invest with Madoff because they couldn't figure out how he's making their money. And they said, forget it, we don't need you. So the smart guys, if you can't give me an answer, if you ask me, why am I betting the football game? Why am I taking Georgia over Clemson? If I can't give you an answer, call me an idiot, tell me to fuck off, and you don't want to listen. But if you do that with other handicappers, you got to ask them why. And if they blow you off or give you bullshit and don't answer the question, tell them to fuck off. Why are we betting, why are we taking Michigan over Texas? Well, because the grass is green at Michigan. Tell him to fuck off. You don't, or if he says, look, I do the picking, you do the betting, I'm not going to tell you. Then tell him to fuck off. Obviously, you don't know what you're doing. Otherwise, you give me the answer like the professor does. I'm very proud that I give you direct answers to why we bet the games. I give you exactly, this is my thought process. Boom. We got aces going. We're betting the under. We got Mahomes. We got this killer defense on KC against the killer defense of Baltimore, San Francisco. We're betting it under. Okay, now does that make sense to you? Yeah. Okay, so you're going to bet? Yeah. We won't, and we won. So, I mean, that's how easy it is. But if you can't get a direct answer, then tell the guy to fuck off. And so if people are telling you about gold and you go, are you talking paper gold or physical gold? And they can't answer it, tell them to fuck off. That's how easy it is. I mean, if they don't know, you just tell them, you just walk away. And then if you were in the Madoff thing, guess what? You never would have lost a penny like me, because I would have said, this is bullshit. I asked my brother-in-law, how are you making 15% when the interest rates are 3%? Well, it's a strip mall and this and this and this. Give me bullshit. And I laughed at him. And this guy's a millionaire doctor. I laughed at him. I says, yeah, well, I wouldn't put $1. It's a Ponzi scheme because you can't get, if I can, it's sort of like this. Kansas City is laying, let's say, 3 to Baltimore. That's my opening line for first game. And you can get Baltimore in 14. Right? Your line's Baltimore plus 14. I'd tell you it's a Ponzi scheme. You're full of shit. There's no way you're getting more than 3 points with Baltimore. It's not going to do it unless Lamar gets hurt or Mahomes gets hurt in the fake practice preseason games. You're not getting more. Or let's even look at the Detroit Ram game. Oh, I'm getting the Rams in 14. Oh, really? Okay, you're bullshitting me. Go fuck off. No, you're not. The spread's 3, maybe 4. That's it. That's all you're getting, unless Stafford's out or Cooper Kupp's out or Puka Nuka is out. Or yeah, Cooper Kupp. That's I couldn't remember his name. I just accidentally said it. So you got Cooper Kupp and Puka Nuka and Stafford. You're not getting more than 3 points. Anyway, that's when you know it's a Ponzi, is when it doesn't make sense. As they say, if it sounds too good to be true, it's not. And my best one is if this really hot blonde asks you out, it's too good to be true. She wants your money or something, or she's gonna go commit a crime and wants to blame you for it. There's no way that's happening. So keep that in mind. Um, but that's what we're looking at. So brics, everybody's getting in because of gold. Bottom line, that's why they're getting into brics. They want the gold. Where did I put that? And here it is. Looking for my Kleenex. So that's what you have. Why gold? Because you can't print gold. So that is the goose laying the golden egg, is the gold and the silver. You can't print it. That's why it has the value it has, and it's in demand. Everybody wants it because you can't print it. So it's kind of like the chicken and the egg. Gold has a big value because you can't print it, and because you can't print it, gold has a big value. So which came first, the chicken or the egg? And that's the point. That's why you buy it. You can't lose with it. It's a lock. Right now we're stuck on paper gold, which 99% of the people don't understand. It's only derivatives. It's got nothing to do with physical. No matter how much you buy, you're not moving the price of gold because you bought 100 ounces or because Sweden bought 5,000 tons. It ain't moving the price of gold. Only the derivatives. That's it at this point because it's a derivative system. Comex is not a physical system, it's a paper system. We need a physical system. Hopefully, China or Russia are coming up with it, and that value is going to go up dramatically from where it's at. And they benefit from a higher, if you have gold, you benefit when the price goes up. So, of course, they want the price up. The US doesn't because they don't have gold, so they don't benefit from a higher gold price because the rest of the world will benefit and they won't because they don't have it. So anyway, that's where that's at. So I think that's about it. So that's our brics, that's our goal. So again, the market economy, they're going to be changing the prices out of dollars into whatever the new currency is, and the new currency better be backed by gold and silver. Bitcoin is not money. The CBDCs are not money unless they're backed by gold. And even then, I'd be very cautious to get in bed with the central bank, who are basically the mafia. Basically, they don't want competition, and you're not going to beat the mafia. Okay, just forget that. So you don't really what the central bank is. It's a monopoly to print money. Who the fuck set that up? JP Morgan, who only deals in monopolies because he can't handle competition. Or he's smart enough to realize if I have a monopoly, I can charge anything I want. You need to buy it. The only people that don't understand that's the bears who don't understand the diamond monopoly. They might be the stupidest people in the world, the bears. So you have a monopoly on diamonds, but you want to sell them at $10,000 an ounce. You should be selling them at like $500 a diamond or $1,000 because nobody's got 10 grand to buy in a diamond. You buy a diamond once, you get a wedding ring, it's a diamond. That's it. After that, you're not buying it. It's not a normal Christmas gift or birthday gift. However, if you made it $1,000 for a diamond, it would be, and you would sell far more than sitting on your hands with $10,000 for a diamond, and people going to go fuck yourself. I'm not going to pay for that. I'll buy gold. It's a much better gift. Anyway, that's what's happening. Best thing I did was not talking to Daria for like 2 days, or just I have an interview today. And she's, oh, I love you, I love you, I love you, which I always believed she did, but by being stoic like that, it really helped. All of a sudden, the light went on, like, well, fuck, he loves me, but I'm not talking to him, and now he's getting upset. I better communicate with him, or I'm going to lose him. And she can't lose me. Then how's she going to eat? So we'll see. And then I'm waiting for our meet, but so the job's taking a while. I'll have a fifth interview. It's insane, and probably after July 4th. I don't know what. I think we started this in May, and I was like, "Oh, did I get the job?" And I'm like, "You ain't getting the job till after 4th of July because these idiots they need the whole fucking office to interview you." It's insane, but I give a good interview. Although I'm a little bit careful about talking about Daria and Jenna, and I'm very careful about talking about gold because most people in business here, they don't get it. They're still, the guy I interviewed with was from Chicago the other day, and he asked me about contract work. And I go, well, if you've ever worked at GM or Ford or Mercedes, that's all it is contract. They don't hire finance people. GM and Ford never hire anybody. They'll hire the engineers and maybe the IT folks, maybe, but they'll hire the engineers and that's it. They don't hire the finance people. You come in and you work a 1-year contract and maybe you work another year, but you're not getting hired. So I explained that to him, like, you don't get hired at GM and Ford. I says, but look, I'm not working now. If GM gave me an offer of $60 an hour to come for a year and work contract, would you take it or not? Well, I'm not working. Of course I would take it. And I don't care what it looks like on my resume that I work contract is what I look. I worked for a year. I was with 10 managers and we did this, that, and the other. And I helped the budgets in the four. That's the important stuff. And so that's what I tell them, like, oh, I'm from Chicago. Well, you probably need to understand in Michigan, working for the big three, it's all contract. Very few people are hired, and Ford doesn't want to hire anybody. Mercedes, I would have been hired, but my pay was too high, and they wanted to keep me as professional services. And then GM doesn't hire. GM was an 8-month contract. So anyway, there's a lot of that on my resume, but like, do you want to work full time or not? I go, of course I want to work full time. Kind of stupid question is that? I just happen to be in situations where I'm not working. I get a call, like I just did. I got another call for Harley. If Harley comes through and says, "Okay, we want you," I'll go back to Harley. And again, it's a contract for 6 months, and I'll take it. But again, I'll call this company and say, "Look, Harley has made me an offer. Now, either you guys hurry up, make me an offer. I'm going to take Harley's because I'm going to actually work, and you guys are playing games." So that's where it's at. So you got to be stoic where you can, and you try to ask questions. And the biggest thing I can teach you is asking questions. And does it seem right? Does 2 + 2 = 4 make sense? No, 2 + 6. Well, that doesn't. What do you mean it equals 5? That doesn't make sense. 2 + 6 is 8. So when things don't make sense, you ask questions. When the boat hits the iceberg, you try to critical think and go, well, we hit the iceberg, then what happens? Oh, the water comes in, the boat sinks, we need to get off the boat. So you think it through. If A happens, B happens, C happens, D happens. You print a lot of money, the value of the dollar drops to zero because you keep printing and printing and printing. It takes time. The out is gold. That's the lifeboat. So you're always thinking there's action and then the reactions. And then you're thinking, does things make sense? Does the gold price make sense? Absolutely not. Because it's not correct. But we understand why. And then we go, oh, okay. Yeah, I'll buy it because I know it's not a real price. And then they try to explain it. Well, the unemployment numbers didn't come in, so gold went down. I don't think so. Gold went down because of the fucking the derivatives. That's why gold didn't go down. Anyway, so that's that. Greg John, this lady on Facebook has asked me for money for a picture of her. Yeah. So, what was your response? asking me for so. Okay, let's play economics. Do you want to see a picture of her? Is there demand to see a picture? Did you ask her for a picture? Or is she just hitting you up? Do you want a picture of me? Who are you? Do you know this woman? Has she Skyped you and you've seen her and talked to her and there's something longer term? You're going to go on a date with her or taking her to dinner? What? I mean, why out of the blue is she asking you, I'm going to give you my money. I'm going to give you a picture for money. I would never do that. Daria just gave me a picture. I don't pay for it. I mean, I pay indirectly because I give her food, but if I'm not asking. I'll give you food if you give me a picture. I'm not the USA. I'll only give you money if you send me pictures. No, I'm giving you money because I love you, and there you go. When you give me a picture, it's because you wanted to, and that's how it should be. Hey, Luke. Well, let's see. $23.30. It had a nice little level from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock. It must be the Oriental trading because now it's up to 23.30, silver 29.78. But you can see the derivative players were not doing. Wasn't it like June 19th? Like that's seriously a holiday because there was slavery. Yeah, what are you kidding me? And by the way, it wasn't just the U.S. that had slaves. It was Amsterdam and Africa, and there's been white slaves. And guess what? We're all slaves right now to the idiots running the government, taxing us. So since 1913, everybody in America has been a slave to the gold. Greg John, I said no thanks. She said she wanted Cash App from me. Where do you find these people, Greg and John? See, this is why I'm not on Facebook. It's all bullshit. But why would you pay? I mean, you can get free pictures on all these sites that don't cost you anything. So, like I said, if anything, if you're dating her or if you know her, then maybe. But otherwise, why would you? I'm surprised you acknowledged her. I get that all the time. I get somebody texting me or an email, want to see my pics. I just delete it. If I don't know the person, why would I want to see their pics? It's not hard to see nude pics on the internet that you don't have to pay a nickel for. So I'm fine, Luke. I hope you're fine. And again, the big thing is the gold is priced in paper, not physical. So they're controlling 96% of the derivative with paper. So therefore, the real value of the physical gold, because it's so limited, is 10 times the value. So this is $2,300 or 23,000, not 2,300. But on the same token, you always want to know you're frustrated waiting. Well, think about it. A, it's still there. You can still buy it really cheap. And B, look how long it took for the dollar to go out since 1971. It's taken 50 years for people to realize it's worthless. So the dollar is worthless. So you're fine. Get out of that. Now, what I did was I picked up 3 of these where I put my silver in, and I took my silver out in the maple leaves by getting smaller containers. I'm able to put the maple leaves in the silver container. So I have one silver container with 11 maple leaves. I got my quarter. I have my quarter ounces in containers. I have my 1/10 of an ounces in containers. So now I'm walking around with about 10 containers. How beautiful that is. I mean, you'll never find it. And we can be walking down in Barcelona. I can have 11 maple leaves, 1 ounce maple leaves, and we'll find a coin store and here's a maple leaf and give me 5,000 euros or whatever. So that was my new discovery was taking these, was taking my gold, right on my golds in a bag. And so now it's like, okay, now the only thing is the eagles and the cougarans are too big to fit. They're the same size as these, and these don't fit in the white container. But I was told by the coin store guy that there's these red containers at Walmart that will fit it. So I have to go and see what they have. I prefer these. So these are a hard plastic and you can't see it. What they showed me on the screen at Walmart was red. It was a red tube, but it looked plastic. You could see it. Well, half the fun of this is you don't know what's inside of it. But no, nothing changed. Well, I mean, brics. Yeah, somebody wanted to join brics. Who asked to join? Some big country joined brics. Malaysia just joined. So Malaysia joined BRICS. South Korea is joining BRICS. Indonesia's joining BRICS. All these these big Asian powers are joining BRICS. Why? Because they all want gold. So just understand the demand for gold's through the roof. Everybody realizes the dollar is going out and nobody wants to deal with the US. So just realize that. So anybody holding dollars is fucked. And your only out's gold. There is no other out. This is it. You either buy this or maybe you buy this, but this is the only out's real assets. So you can buy a Rolex. How many Rolexes are you going to buy? Or the Mahomes cards, or I can buy 100 ounces of gold, which is far easier. Everybody will accept it. Will everybody accept the Mahomes card? And will everybody accept the Rolex watch? Because there you still have to get rid of the Rolex watch. You got to find a buyer. Gold's gold. You always have a buyer with gold. So with Malaysia and South Korea and Indonesia joining BRICS, as well as we now have Saudi Arabia, Russia, China, and India, the big shots. And then Argentina, I think, is now going to redo it and join. They're realizing the dollar's going out, and it's a lot of corruption to try to keep these countries in the dollar. But people are starting to realize it, and the U.S. is too weak to really do anything. Where they blew up Saddam Hussein and they blew up Gaddafi, they can't really do that. And if you notice, Zimbabwe went gold and they didn't kill the guy. They just blew up their money. But watch Zimbabwe now with gold-backed currency. Their dollar won't blow up. Their dollar's safe now. So you watch how that works. But no, we know the gold standard's the only thing. I was reading in my notes, it was like in 1879, the U.S. went back on the gold standard after the Civil War, and it was the biggest time of boom and expansion and productivity increases in the history of the world. It was 1879 to 1913 when the whole world was on the gold standard, and the whole world, won. And we've been living off of that since. Because when we went to the Federal Reserve, that's the government printing money. It's a monopoly for the government to print money. How the fuck do you give the government monopoly to print money? It's just as bad as the government with the schools and the roads and everything else. The government, everything it touches turns to shit. So I would say this Malaysia thing is a very positive for gold. They're a big country, and if they're in BRICS, and they got to start buying gold hand over fist. again, the demand for gold's through the roof. So all this the derivatives in gold is going away quicker than the derivatives in silver because it's a tier one asset in Basel III. So you have to have physical gold to trade it. You don't need physical silver to ring fence the casino, as Mark McGuire would say. And without that, you you have problems. So silver is going to take a little bit longer, but there's a lot of buying going on in silver. Again, it doesn't matter. Comex is paper, not buying. We could go buy 1,000 tons, everybody here. We wouldn't move the needle. The gold value wouldn't go up a penny. It's only in the derivative market. So when when the derivatives are going up, that's when the price goes up. It's a great concept. Whoever thought of that should get their ass kicked, right? How the fuck do you price gold and silver? Like, what is it? A monkey did it? An idiot? How the fuck do you price it with derivatives? Really? So you can see it's probably his first name was Bernie, his last name was Madoff, probably. Sounds like a Madoff scam. And like they say, Madoff, if 2008 didn't happen, Madoff is still going on. And I think you still see the Comex Ponzi scheme still going on. Although now once they took delivery in Madoff and everybody wanted their money is when it collapsed, and that's what's happening now. Everybody wants their gold and silver. So all these countries are saying, I want delivery, I want delivery. There goes the Ponzi scheme, there goes gold and silver. So you don't have much to wait, Luke. And we just know, like with Malaysia and South Korea joining BRICS, needing gold. I mean, what do you think's going to happen? So the gold demand is huge. Just understand that. And there's not much of it. There's only 255,000 tons, which is not a lot when Russia has probably 65,000 tons. Russia with 30,000, India with 10 or 15, Saudi Arabia, probably another 10. The U.S. has 0. Luke, you want to listen to Luke Groman, right? Okay. He doesn't even understand that we have 0 gold. You want to listen to that guy? Fuck. Come on, Luke. You're smarter than that. Anyway, so that's really what's going on. It's not even being patient. You know the answer. You know the Chiefs are going to win because Mahomes is playing. That's it. That's the bottom line. You know the Chiefs. The Chiefs are playing, I don't know, Oakland. You know the Chiefs are going to win. They might be losing a little bit, but eventually by the end of the fourth quarter, the Chiefs will win. And that's it. Or they're playing Carolina. Whoever's playing Carolina, is going to win. That's it. That's all you got to know. I mean, we know gold's going through the roof. People are buying it because they have to, because you have to get out of the dollar because the dollar's worthless, because you got a $36 trillion debt that you got to pay. And you're printing and printing and printing all these dollars. And now the biggest thing is because of the petrodollar no longer being established, what do you think these countries are going to do who have dollars? They're going to send it back to the U.S. They're going, we don't want it. And it's in stocks and houses. So here comes the stock market crashing. Here comes the housing market, because they're getting all these dollars back, because then people are going to start selling their dollars. So all the Germans that have shares in Apple stock and Microsoft are going to start selling it because they don't want to be in U.S. dollars. And now that it's not the petrodollar, do they want U.S. dollars anymore? No. So that's the trigger to it. So we've got so many black swans that make this money worthless. Just get it out the fuck of the bank. Just please don't be in the bank. And then you're going to have your Madoff moment. Oh, I didn't know. I lost all my money because Bernie went to jail. Oh, I didn't know I didn't know he was crooked. So I had $500,000 with Madoff. And now that he's in jail, I lost it all. Oh, I'm shocked that it was a Ponzi scheme. Come on. Don't be that stupid. We know banks are collapsing because of these commercial real estate loans that have gone up in interest because of inflation. You must raise interest rates. They're not lowering it. They can't lower it. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. So if we understand inflation, the more you print, the less it's worth. And now it's worth zero. That's my only argument with Egon. Egon thinks 98% of the dollar is gone, and I'm saying 100% of the dollar is gone. How is it 98%? Where does this have a value? It's $3 for a fucking 2-liter Coke. Where's the value of this? It's $5 for Cheerios. You think this has a value? What are you kidding me? Cheerios should cost a quarter. Like I said, here's Pepsi. Pepsi's 10 cents in 1970. Bread's a quarter. And you're telling me the dollar has a value when bread was a quarter is now $3 for a loaf of Wonder Bread? That was a quarter, and you're going to tell me that the dollar has value. Okay, I got some oceanfront property here in Detroit to sell you. What the fuck is that? That's just insanity. Luke, we've stolen the world's gold. Ever see that picture of the shoulders sitting on the... Ever seen the world's gold? We've stolen... Is that a movie? Ever seen that picture of the soldiers sitting on the huge pile of bars from the Gulf War? No, but sounds like a good one. You ever see the movie That Monuments Men with whatchamacallit, Danny Ocean? There was the Nazis had all this gold hidden in a mine that we probably got. So you got to understand there's 250,000 tons of it, which is about 8 million or about 300 million ounces. So you got to understand there's a lot of gold, and we don't have it all. My dad just told me that a Milky Way cost 5 to 10 cents when he was a kid back in the 1950s because the dollar had value, right? That's the point. If we go back, or when we go back to the gold standard, that's what it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you 5 cents for a candy bar, 10 cents for a Pepsi, a quarter for Cheerios, a quarter for bread, a Wonder Bread. That's my point. And see, everything's got to get repriced once the dollar blows up. And if they do go to a gold and silver, then the grocery store, Kroger's, is going to now go back to these 5 and 10 cent prices. So it's going to be a tenth of an ounce of silver is going to buy you chicken soup or a steak. A steak's going to be a quarter ounce of gold. That's it, because it's actual money. It's not the bread price didn't go up from a quarter to $3. This has lost so much value that it now takes $3 to buy what it costs you a quarter to buy for bread. That's the point. This is what's losing the value. They're not raising prices on you. That's what I argue with Egon and Mark McGuire. They think, well, it's not gold going up, it's the dollar going down. I went, no, the dollar can't go down anymore. It's gold going up because of demand. If everybody wants a ticket at the Super Bowl, the price goes up. If everybody wants gold, the price goes up. It ain't the dollar going down. Now 24. Well, I mean, Pepsi was a dime, is now $2.50. Wonder Bread was a quarter, it's now $3. Wendy's was 55 cents for hamburgers, now $5. Gold was $37, is now $2,400. So do your math on that one. Silver was $1.50, is now $32. A house was $25,000. A generic house is $25,000. Is now $500,000. So figure that one out. That's a tough one because there's so many different houses. That's why this 3% inflation is such bullshit. On what? Oh, costs are going up. No, they're not. The dollar's going down. Costs aren't going up, and you can only raise cost. As I had this argument at the gold store yesterday, He's saying, well, everybody will raise prices. I go, they can't raise prices. You can only raise prices if the market will accept it. So I'm using the rib example. You can only raise the price of your ribs to $45 a slab if people will buy it. And nobody's going to spend $45 on ribs because we're used to spending $25. So there's no way you're going to increase cost or prices. And most of the companies will go out of business because they can't. If their costs go up, but they can't charge more, they can't be in business because they can't make profit. And that's what we have is a free market Austrian economic system that says I can sell if this costs me $2 and I can sell it for $5, I can do it. But if this now costs me $6 and I can only sell it for $5, I can't sell it anymore. And if the market won't let me make it 10, I can't sell it. That's Austrian economics. That's Adam Smith. So if there's no profit to be made, you're not going to make it. And that's what's going to happen to a lot. And then people aren't going to have money to buy half the goods because they're spending it on food or rent or whatever. Heat's gone up. Buy a car. You got to be out of your mind to buy a car now. So there's no, that's what I love about electric cars. You couldn't sell a Toyota right now, a regular Camry, because it's the interest rate. How the hell are you going to sell Teslas or electric cars that nobody wants that are far more expensive because you think that they're worried about the climate? Oh my God. Nobody gives a fuck about the climate. Nobody gives a fuck about the dollar. They're all ignoring the gold warning. They're going to care about the climate. Yeah, I'm going to go spend $100,000 that I don't have on a electric car. Oh, okay. Sure you are. Could the U.S. see hyperinflation? Of course, it will. No, we haven't. I'll explain that in a minute. Seems like stocks go higher with the devaluation of the currency. Well, because they're printing the money and putting it in the market. The market is not free market. It's just like gold. It's not me and you buying stocks that are pushing the stocks up. They're printing money to put it in the market. So the stock market goes up. And if you notice, it's just those 5 or 6 stocks. All the other stocks you're getting killed on. Why is that? Because there's an election. And Biden wants to say, look at the stock market. Didn't Trump do that? When it hit 30,000, Trump's taking credit for it. Now Biden, oh, look, the stock market's at whatever it's at. Look how good the economy is. Well, that's because you're printing trillions of dollars and putting it in the stock market. So, of course, if there's more buying than selling going into the market, even though it's not real, the price, the overall market, the Dow is 30,000 or 36,000, whatever. But that's not, but wait a minute, all these stocks are going down. The only stock in my portfolio going up is Amazon and Apple and Microsoft. Are the stocks even legit? No, of course not. And you don't own them anyway. So if you have stocks and JP Morgan is your E-Trade guy and he wants your money, you don't have your stocks. You don't have their certificate anymore. And it's just like the banks. They own it. You can have it if they want to give it to you. But basically, they own your money in the bank, and not you. The banks own it, and the same thing with Wall Street guys. They own your stocks. If you have 100 shares of Pepsi, you don't have it. It's not yours. It's technically in your name, but if JP Morgan has where your stocks are, they own it. Now you can sell it and get the money if you can, but they don't have to do it. And when the shit hits the fan, you're not going to see it. That's another reason not to be in the gold and silver stocks that I agree are a good idea, but I agree is the only out is this lifeboat. The physical lifeboat is your only out. Yeah, the brokers technically own them like the banks. The banks, you have $100,000 in the bank, it's the banks, it's not yours. It's in your name, but it's not yours. So you have access to it. It's like an IOU. You have access to it if they want to give it to you. But they can turn you down and say, no, we need it. And that's what's going to happen with all these bank crashes. They're going to say, we need it, and you're not going to be able to get it. So I'm taking the Madoff away from you by saying, don't get caught like all the Madoff people and said, oh, I lost my house, I lost my retirement because I was so stupid that I trusted Madoff and I had my money in Madoff, even though I had no idea how he was making it. So what I'm saying is, take your money out, put it in your safe, buy it in gold and silver, and then when the bank crashes, you're going to be going, oh, that's a shame. But I have all my money in gold, so I'm fine. Because even if nothing happens, your money's fine in gold and silver. Nothing can happen to the gold and silver because nobody controls it, and they can't print it like they do the dollar, and the stocks are manipulated, and the banks are manipulated. The whole thing's manipulated except gold and silver. That's why they don't want you in it. That's why the price isn't going up. They don't want you. They don't want us to get rich in gold and silver, and they're fighting it as long as they can. But here come the Russians and the Chinese to our rescue. We got all the gold and silver. We want the price to go up, and so we're gonna get on board with the Chinese and the Russians and the rest of the BRICS countries and go that way. The brokerage firm goes down, and I assume that's we get fucked. And you get fucked. Well, welcome to the Madoff game. Welcome to the attack on Wall Street guy. Why do you think I show you these things? The attack on Wall Street guy had 60,000 in real estate trusts, and they fucked the mortgages because Clinton said everybody should own a house, and as long as they come for the loan, you got to give it to them. You have to give it to them, or they're going to throw the houses in jail. You know, the Morgan Stanleys were going to go to jail if they didn't let the guy get the loan. Of course, they couldn't pay it back. And of course, all these instruments that they created with the bundle, with the sort of like the mutual fund of mortgages, all collapsed. And Selena Gomez collapsed. And Margot Robbie collapsed because that's the problem, right? So if that's what you have, it's going to collapse. Nobody can fuck with you with this. This is the whole point of the class. Nobody can fuck with you because nobody knows you have it and nobody can touch it. They can try the derivatives to lower the price, but you got China and Russia saying, I'm buying it. So you can't be hurt with gold and silver. I mean, I would imagine when BRICS has it, the price is going up. Not they're going to say, well, now that we have 60,000 tons of gold, it's going to be worthless. And all the Chinese people that are buying it are guaranteed a $3,000 price or whatever the Chinese government has guaranteed them by putting their money in the bank accounts. So all the Chinese people, a billion of them, have bank accounts because they don't want to put their money in real estate after they crashed it, and they don't trust the stocks. And they said, if you buy gold and silver, we will guarantee the price. So gold's like guaranteed at, I don't know, 3,000 in China, and silver, I'm sure, will be much higher once that goes. But they're now starting to buy gold and silver in their bank accounts. So it's not going down. It's only going up. It's a no-brainer. It's Mahomes all over. You have nothing to worry about. Yeah, if a brokerage goes down, and they will, and so will the bullion banks, and so will Wells Fargo and JP Morgan. All these banks are going down because all these loans and all the derivatives on the derivatives on the derivative, the Selena Gomez scenario, they're all going down because they're under what they're stuck. They can't do anything. They can't get rid of them. They got too many. Bunch of idiots there, right? Just saw something today of the current administration forgiving student debts. Well, they can't. It's illegal because of the Supreme Court says, no, you can't do it. But they're just buying votes. Oh, I'm going to vote for Biden because I don't have to pay back my student loan. That's all it is. He's buying votes. Why not mortgages? Why not car payments? Why not credit cards? Why just student loans? Because they're the ones who vote for you. It's a fucking joke. Have to wonder when the shit hits the fan. Have to wonder what. You know what's going to happen. I've explained that scenario many times. This goes to zero. This goes to the moon. This now gets backed by gold and silver. And the medium of exchange goes from this to a gold-backed medium of exchange. And you go to Kroger's and you use your gold-backed currency, just like the Zimbabwe currencies, and you get paid in this currency backed by gold, and you pay your mortgage with this currency backed by gold. So everything gets changed into backed by gold, but the system doesn't change. The medium of exchange is the best system. So what you get paid in and what you pay your bills, we need something to get paid in and pay our bills with. That's what you're not supposed to take this to zero like the fucking idiots are doing. So this should be prudent and should be stable. That's why it needs to be backed by gold. You should never fuck with the medium of exchange. What are you thinking? You want to go print? Go print. But the medium of exchange, you can't. It's got to be a separate. See, back then they used to have 2 or 3 different banks printing. And so therefore they would compete with each other. And if one bank inflated, you would go to the other bank that didn't inflate. It was worth it in a competitive environment not to inflate your money to zero. And that's really what's happening. Well, thank you. Look, I hope I'm right. That's why I'm the professor. We will have to see major deflation of housing stocks when the currency gets revalued. You're not going to see any deflation. There's no such thing as deflation. Prices will go down with the sound money, but get priced in gold. As we just talked, Pepsi went from a dime to $2.50 for in your scenario. All that's going to happen is it's going to go to gold-backed currency, and Pepsi will be a dime again in gold-backed currency. There won't be deflation. There's no such thing. If prices go down, prices go down. Now you're talking Keynesian on me. Don't talk Keynesian on me. There's no such thing as deflation. That would mean the dollar is getting stronger, and it can't because you can't stop printing it. So deflation turns into like price inflation, which is not real. There is no price inflation. You can only inflate the dollar, which means you can only deflate the dollar, which means you can get rid of the dollars. So if you have $10 trillion, that's inflation. Deflation would mean now you got it back to $2 trillion. But prices are not inflation or deflation. They're what the market bears. So if your tennis rackets go to $500, it's because the dollar drops in value. And if the tennis rackets go down to $200, it's not deflation. It's just the market saying, I'm not paying $500 for a tennis racket. I'll pay $200 for it. And that's not deflation. That's the market. So that's what people don't understand. They don't understand free market economics. The market dictates prices. When steaks go from $10 to $25, that's not inflation. That's them trying to raise the price on steaks. And if nobody buys them, the price on steaks go back from 25 to 10. That's not deflation. That's the market saying, fuck you. We don't want to pay $25 for New York strip. And that's what happens. You go to I hear Walmart and Home Depot and all they are lowering their prices because they can't sell because nobody's buying it. I think it's Target. I think it's Walmart, Costco. They're lowering their prices because they can't sell their goods because they're too expensive. I think even Aldi's doing it. That's not deflation. It's finding the price that the market's willing to bear that's economics. That's Adam Smith. There's no deflation there. So if a house goes from 500 grand to 200 grand, it's not deflation. The market says, I'm not going to pay 500. So it's going to go down. Did the value of the house drop? Did the value of the house go up? No. All that happened with the house is the dollar dropped. So it took more dollars to buy the house. So now it takes less dollars to buy the house. Why? Well, that's not deflation. So there's no such animal in my world as price inflation, wage inflation, house deflation. The prices are set by the market. That's it. There is no such animal. It's a Keynesian term that means prices are down, but they don't even understand why. Some of those concert floor tickets are 400 plus, Rolling Stone 700 to get close to the stage. That's the market. The market's dictating it because the dollar's not worth what it used to be. So they can charge $700 for the Rolling Stones because there's demand for the tickets. If you didn't have demand for the tickets, it wouldn't be $700. So it's only there if somebody wants to buy it. So where's the deflation there? I get another Kleenex. So remember how the market sets the price. The market, you put it on eBay and you go to sell it, and what the buyer pays sets the price. So if this is $1,000 and then nobody wants to buy it because they don't have any money, and then you try to sell it and you only get 500, it's not deflation. That's all you could get in the auction because that's what the market says. The market creates the price. If it goes up or down, it's the market. There's no such thing as deflation. Deflation implies that the price is going down. That's not necessarily true. It's mostly the dollar, the value of the dollar dropping is not deflation. So, well, I mean, housing prices and stocks are going to go down because of the demand for the dollar. So what's going to happen is now that the petrodollar is gone, and now people know that the dollar is probably not going to be the reserve currency, do they want to hold it? And they're not going to want to hold it. They're going to realize, wait a minute, the only reason I bought U.S. stocks or a house in the U.S. because I thought it was the best currency and I'm not going to lose value because people are investing. But now they realize we're fucked because it is going to lose value because it's no longer the petrodollar. So they're going to sell all their stocks to get out of the dollar, and they'll put it probably in gold. So if I'm German or if I'm Swiss, I don't want to be in the U.S. stock market anymore because it's U.S. dollars. So I want to get out of I want to get all out of my U.S. dollars. And that leads you into this. And as more people realize it, price of the gold goes and the stock market and the housing market goes because they're going to sell. I'm going to sell all my stocks. That's why I'm saying I'm going to sell the gold stock. They're selling all the stocks. They don't want to be in U.S. dollars. So if that happens, everything goes down. And there you are. And that's the bottom line. That's why it's going to go down. That's why I'm trying to warn you. Get the fuck out of the stock market because now, especially now that the petrodollar is gone, the safety of that and the reserve currency is gone. And therefore, you got Janet Yellen going, oh, well, wait, we're still the leading dollar, and there's no competition. Janet Yellen doesn't understand. Yeah, there is competition for the dollar, idiot. It's called gold and silver. Ohio State, Michigan games, lower level, 1,000 plus. When will the housing market take? Well, just same thing. It's when people get out of the housing market to get out of the dollars, right? So I'm German and I bought a house in America or China, and I don't want to be in dollars anymore. Look at the Chinese market crash because Evergrande, right? So the whole Chinese housing market crashed because Evergrande couldn't pay because it was all phony. It was all made off. They didn't even build the houses. It was all fake. They build the outside, but they didn't build the inside. So nobody had any money in the house. There was no value in it. There wasn't a house built, but everybody thought it. Well, what happened? It collapsed. So it just collapsed in China. It's coming here. It's too expensive. If nobody can afford it because you're high interest rates, because of your inflation and your dollar's not worth as much, there goes your housing market. So it's very close. Again, I can't put dates on it, but it's very close. And same thing with that Ohio State Michigan games, lower level 1,000. That's not true. If you want to buy it now, I mean, I remember when I used to go in the 70s, it was $10 a seat. You'd get the student prices. So the key is to find a student, your your kids' friends who go there, get student tickets at $25 a ticket. So go to them and get the ticket. Uh, that's all they pay. The $1,000, I don't know where you're seeing that. That game's so far away. It's in November. I mean, if you're seeing that, I wouldn't. Plus, you got to be careful at Michigan Stadium. You don't want to be too low. If you're under like row 20, you're fucked because you can't see anything because all the players are standing up, and the stadium goes so deep that you don't have that vision anymore. It's flat. You're not looking down, you're looking even, and you got players standing. So the best way to see the Michigan, you want to be about row 30. I remember going once to a Purdue game. When I was in row 7, I couldn't see shit. I was even with the field. You couldn't see shit. So you don't want to be real low. You want to be row 30 to row 50, 60. You can be row 80, you're fine. You can see everything perfectly. That's one game. Football, I don't want to be in the first row. Basketball, yes. Baseball, yes. Football, absolutely not. Hockey, yes. If I'm going to a hockey game, I want to be in that first row. You hear them swearing, you see the sweat. The skating is very fast. You're 40 rows up, you don't hear any of that. It's a whole different game. Basketball is the same thing. You want to be on the court. And baseball, the closer you are, the better. But football, you want to be 30, 40, 50 rows up. Then you get to look down on the field. You can see the plays. You can see everything. It's a much better view. You don't want to be too low. My brother-in-law just sold December 25th seats 1 and 2 for $2,100 yesterday. What row? Oh wait, you're telling me. Well, no, you're not. Section 29, but what row? Ask him what row. And where's section 29? Was that the 30, 40, 50-yard line? I haven't been there in a while. I don't know it by section, but it's not the student section. I think it's the other side. But all right, so it's $1,000 a seat. It's probably an Ohio State guy. Oh, row 3 is terrible. Your brother got real lucky because whoever bought those tickets won't see shit. Especially if it's like 30, 40, 50-yard line, they won't see shit. Why would your brother take row 3? What, he likes looking at the players' helmets? You don't see shit at row 3. Oh my God. Tell him to get like row 30. Now, what does your brother pay for those tickets? He's a broker? Oh, okay. So he's Madoff, basically. Okay. So now where did he get the tickets from? Did he get them from the students? Or did he buy them as they come out? But I'm confused. Well, this is in Ohio because the game this year is in Ohio. Even year games are in Ohio. Odd year games are in Michigan. So I know it was in Michigan last year. Wait a minute. Your brother's a broker, has season tickets. Well, this is in Ohio. So he's probably sold it to an Ohio guy who's sick and tired of losing to Michigan 3 years in a row. How many revenge games can I bet on Ohio State? Although I did win with them last year, taking them as the dog. But what the fuck? Hopefully they'll do better this year. But Michigan just plays that 6-man line and just blitzes like Georgia. They're basically playing the Georgia defense, or trying to. But if I'm your brother and my regular seats are in row 3, and I know he's in Ohio Stadium, he better move them up, man. Get row 30 or 40, row 3. You're just looking at the players' backs. You're not seeing anything on the field. That's a terrible, terrible view. Anyway, yeah, gold. We know gold's going through the roof. Brics. Everybody's joining brics to get out of the dollar. The dollar's collapsed because it's not the petrodollar anymore. So Saudi Arabia told them to fuck themselves. Russia will back us up, or China, whoever it is. And we got all the oil, and they're going to want to start getting paid gold for their oil. Do you think they really want ryumbi or rubles or yuan for their oil? Fuck, it's the same as dollars. They don't want that. This is what they want for their oil. And they probably, what they do is they probably get the dollars and exchange it for gold, would be my guess. So they probably are stockpiling a lot of gold with their oil. And look for Iran, look for the Middle East countries to start doing that. They have all the oil reserves. Venezuela's too stupid to do that. They have all the oil, they can't refine it, and they don't buy gold. And they have the biggest hyperinflation in the world. To answer your hyperinflation question, hyperinflation is when the can of tuna, let's use the gallon of milk at 9 in the morning is $3. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's $5. At 9 the next day, it's $10. At 5 the next day, it's $20. There's a frenzy of people going to get it. It just keeps going. It keeps getting more and more expensive. That's hyperinflation. The hyper is the crowd getting hyper because they got to keep paying more and more. So they get into a frenzy where they want to buy it. Give me 10 gallons of milk before the price goes up. That's what hyperinflation is. The hyper is the frenzy of the crowd. It's the anticipation of the price going up. We don't have that now. I'm fairly comfortable. I can go buy my half and half for the same $3 I bought it for last week. I can buy eggs. It's still $3 for eggs. So it's not hyperinflation. Hyperinflation would be my eggs are $6. And then I get scared and I go buy a bunch of eggs, and then they're $9, and then they're $12, and then they're $20. That's hyperinflation. We do not have that. We've not had that at all. And only that's what happened in Nazi Germany. They earned 1923. They would go and they'd get paid at lunch, and they'd go to the grocery store and buy more. And then the next day they'd get paid, and they would, again, the prices would keep going up, which made the frenzy, which made it hyper. That's hyperinflation. I think he owns over 200 season tickets. Well, he's got to be careful because, as the inflation's hitting and the dollar's worthless, he's probably not taking that into effect because he doesn't even realize it. And people, are you really going to go to a football game, or are you going to eat? So, how many people are going to pay $2,100 for 2 tickets to row 3 of a Michigan Ohio State game, unless their plan is to sell them? So they might have bought them for $2,100 to sell them for $4,100. Hard to say, but yeah, I mean, well, that's his inventory are the tickets. So the more inventory, the better, provided he can make money on it and there's a buyer for them, which he's going to start running into problems with that by maybe not this year, but for sure by next year. Nobody's going to have money to go to a fucking football game. Okay, the Michigan Ohio State. How about the Ohio State Indiana game? Can you get $200 for those? How about the Ohio State Vanderbilt game? Is he going to get the Ohio State Eastern Michigan? He ain't getting anything for those. Just the Michigan. So there's the one game. Maybe does he have the Oregon tickets at Oregon, Ohio State, Oregon? Michigan plays, I think, Texas week 2. Does he have those tickets? Those are where he'll make the money. Michigan and Western Michigan, he ain't. He'd be lucky to sell them. He made $600K last year flipping tickets. I would imagine things are checking back from the COVID insanity. Um, well, I mean, that's his profit or that's his sales because he's got to buy them. And then where does he buy them from? Is he buying them from students? So where did he get the 2 Michigan Ohio State tickets? Did he get them from the ticket master? From the from at Ohio State? Does he get direct tickets? See, this is the problem. He's buying them, but he doesn't want them, and then he sells them to the guys who actually want to go to the game. So he gets 2,100 because I can't buy him because he's buying them all, and I'm sure he gets stuck with a lot of them. That's 2, but how many does he have? And talk to me about the Ohio State Indiana game. I bet he loses his ass on those. I think he buys other season. I think he buys other season ticket plans. So he's able to buy 100 season ticket plans. Okay, so he's in Ohio and he's buying for the Ohio State game. Or I don't know if he's in Ohio, and I don't know, can he buy Michigan season tickets, Oregon season tickets, Notre Dame season tickets? So he goes and buys them all, but he can only make money on the big games. Nobody's giving him $2,000 to go see Indiana or Michigan State or Kent State or Bowling Green, right? So he's got his 1 or 2 games that he can cash in on. That's it. The others, he's probably losing money because there's probably not any demand for that. Probably 200 season ticket plans. Okay, so he's got 200 season tickets and preseason. Who wants preseason NFL? And again, in the NFL, are they all sellouts? Okay, I would imagine it's Kansas City, Cincinnati, San Francisco, Baltimore. There's only a select. Carolina, he's losing money. And the thing in pros, there's no rivalries, so it's not like you're selling more. Like Michigan, Ohio State, I get it. The Lions in Chicago, you're not even selling them. And nobody wants to go to NFL games, but there's a few. I mean, you got Mahomes and you got Burrow. Those are your big markets, and maybe Denver with Bo Nix, and maybe if Atlanta goes to Penix, then he can make some money on it. But there's no rivalries. You're not selling. You're not making 2,000 a ticket on Atlanta, New Orleans, no matter what they think it's a rivalry on. So keep that in mind. Well, of course he loses. Who the hell go? I don't even know if they have preseason. I mean, it's 3 games now that nobody plays. But he has to buy them in his season tickets. I know they fuck you with the preseason. It's amazing what people have been spending on tickets in general. I think there's a underlining thing that we need to understand. I was listening to the radio today, and the guy went to Boston, the Detroit guy, to cover the game. And he said, everybody's standing there being an influencer taking pictures. Nobody's watching the game. They were just with the phone doing this, not watching the game. And I bet they make money selling the videos. And I bet that's driving the demand. They don't give a fuck about the game. They're just going there to take a video to sell the video. That's, I think, how they're making money. These influencers, whatever they are. And I think there's money to be made in that. So they have to be at the event. So they have to use their phone to take the video to then make money with it. I think that's what it is. So they're making, so the $2,000 the guy makes back and selling the influencer thing. So I don't know enough about the influencer thing, but I think that's what it is. Because you're right. Who's going to spend $2,000 on Michigan, Ohio State? Well, we've been in the recession, but as the dollar goes out and things, you can, because you can only afford so much. Right now, it really hasn't hurt us too badly, right? If I get this job, I'll be making enough that I won't even be bothered by the food going up or the gas going up a little. I won't even be bothered by it. So it's what will the prices go? But it's going to take a while in the U.S. to really show it. But the rest of the world will dump dollars, and that's what I'm saying. You'll have the stock problems, you'll have the bond problems, you'll have the bank problems, you'll have the house problems, and as things get more expensive, they'll try to control it a little. My rent didn't go up at all. I was shocked. It's the same rent. Couldn't believe it. So my electricity is not really too bad. The gas I just filled up with 334. I've been paying that for years. So I'm not seeing my gas prices go up, which is surprising. Now my taxes, I haven't really noticed too much. Although they did like give me a tax on Social Security I shouldn't have had to pay, because they taxed me on 80% of my Social Security, which is like, wait a minute, it's already been there. I already paid tax on it when I got the Social Security. When I didn't even get it. You're giving me like 5% of what I should be getting. Our prices for let's see. Our prices for tennis rackets didn't go up in 2025 because the market won't bear it. See, that's what I mean. It's not deflation. It's all based on the market. Can you raise prices and still sell tennis rackets? And the answer is no. So you didn't do a price increase because you probably did your sales quantity and revenue go down in you're still in 2024. Are you noticing a decline in sales in 2024, or is it about even? Or I would assume you're not growing your sales, because let's face it, who needs tennis rackets? I got to feed the family and pay the bills. I don't really need a tennis racket, but maybe some of them you can sell, but your volume is probably down. Maybe you sell 10,000 rackets last year, you're probably selling 5,000 this year. If you raise your price next year, you probably sell 1,000. Yeah, decline 7% because people just can't afford them. And it's not a need, it's a want. I don't need a tennis racket to live. I need milk and eggs and food, and I need electricity and heat and air conditioning, and I got to have a house. So all that you need. But I don't need a tennis racket. So things like that will start declining. Golf clubs, I would assume also, they'll start going down. Even people going to football games, the normal people will start, I'll watch it on TV. Why would I go to the game? The only game I would go to is the Michigan game, because my dentist would give me tickets because he's a U of M guy. We always bullshit U of M, and I give him free football picks. So here, let's go to the Western Michigan game. And I'd go just to go. It's a nice experience. But I'm not paying $2,000 to go when Ohio State's in town, or Notre Dame, or even Michigan State. I'm not paying a penny for that. So that's kind of how I see it. But products that you don't really need, they're going to go down. Sales will decline. Even cars that you need, it's getting too expensive. Housing sales are down. Car sales, it's just too expensive. I have a car, I won't get a new one. I have a house, I'm not going to sell it. Interest rates are too high. I can't afford to sell it and buy a new one. And then your value will drop when people take their money out, because they want to get out of dollars back into euros or Swiss francs or British pounds, whatever they want to do. It's just you only have so much money. And if the costs are going up, leaves you very little. And then wait, because the best part is most people are going to get blown out by the banking. Well, I got 300 grand in the bank. Well, I did have What do you mean the bank won't give me my money and the bank just crashed and I can't get my money? What do you mean? So how many people are smart enough to buy gold and silver to protect themselves? See, that's the other part. Once the money turns to nothing, turns to monopoly money, people thinking they have the savings don't. You got money in the stocks? No, you don't. You have money in the bank? No, you don't. Well, they're counting on that money. So once they don't even understand, why do you think I sit there and yell? I'm saying buy gold, and everybody, oh, no, I got oil stocks. I got my money in the bank. The fuck is these people are gonna get killed because they're holding on to their old green. Oh, I got 200,000 in Bank of America. I'm fine. Oh, really? And how much of this do you have? Oh, you don't have any of this. Oh, okay. Good luck to you. Don't come knocking on my door when this is worthless and you need gold, because we all know that's what's coming. And we don't know exactly when, Luke, but that's so you're protected from harm because you have the gold. They can't fuck with the gold. They can't print it. So that's why I don't get depressed when the price isn't going up. They're trying to keep the price down because they're fighting to keep the dollar. But as soon as nobody wants the dollar, it doesn't have a value anymore. Like I say, if I'm trying to sell my Canadian club and nobody wants to buy it, it's worthless. So that's the problem. That's what you end up with. Western Michigan, Ohio State, row one just sold for 542 seats lower level. So they're paying $270 a seat. Now, are these fans or are these other people trying to spend money on, trying to do what your brother's doing? In other words, so I'm not really going to the game. I'll pay 540, but I'm going to sell it for 1,000. Is that what they're thinking at the game? I can't imagine. Well, if it's really fans, I can't imagine spending 540 on two tickets, $270 a ticket. What's a regular ticket cost? Maybe I don't understand that. So if I just wanted to go to the game and I went to the box office at Ohio State before your brother stole all the tickets, what's the face value of the tickets? $25, $100? What would I pay for normal face value tickets? So is 270? It's probably not that much because you got to pay the seat license, I believe. So you got to like buy the seat, which is a license, and then you have and then you pay for the actual game. So it might cost you $200 normally to get the tickets. So it's really not that much more. So we're assuming $25 for the tickets. Why would they spend that? I don't think it is. I think it's probably $200 if you wanted to go. So this is only 70 more. So you make it sound like 540. They're getting 540, but what we don't see is what's the real face value. So if I just went to the box office, got the two tickets, that's probably close to 400 anyway. So it's probably not that much of a makeup. What does he pay for season tickets? He's got to pay for the seat license, I'm sure. So what is he seat like? No, so those two tickets, what did they cost him? Seat license and the face value of the game might have cost him $400. So it might be making 140. You're trying to make it sound like he's making 540, and I'm saying no, I don't think so. So let's get to the bottom line here, Mr. Stone Cold, because I don't buy what you're smelling. Seat license, no, that's not true. No, you're wrong. Michigan and Michigan State have seat license. I guarantee it. My brother-in-law goes to Michigan State games. He said, I got to buy a seat license. And I know the dentist at the Michigan, there's a seat license. So you're not I'm calling you out on that one, Luke. You're wrong. That I guarantee you're wrong. Because that's ridiculous, a seat license. What is that? Where do you think the NFL got it from? Michigan and Michigan State. You think his margins are 20%. Well, is that after license or not? Well, what do you mean some 10%? What's the cost of the ticket? Give me that. How much is what's the face value on the ticket of the two Western Michigan games and the Ohio State Michigan game? Are the tickets varying based on the game? In other words, it might cost you $100 a piece for the Wisconsin or for the Western Michigan. It might be $700-800 a piece for Michigan Ohio State. I don't know. When my brother went to Michigan, I got a pack for $25. I got 8. You pulled the tickets out of the pack, and I got 8 tickets for $3 a piece. And I sold the Ohio State ticket for $25. I love that one. So I paid for the whole season. All right. Well, you got to we need the whole business case here, Luke. So in other words, what is he really making? Because you can say, 540, but that's not profit. And you've got to get, what did he pay for it? So is he paying $450 for it? He's making $90, which is probably my guess. That's why he's getting 540, because it's probably $200 a ticket. So that's $400 and C license. It's probably $500 and he's getting 540. So that's the part you're not telling, but you can't fuck the professor. I'm going to catch all that stuff. 10 to 20%, including license. Okay. So when you said he made 600,000, he didn't really make 600,000. That's his revenues. Well, maybe that's his net. I don't know. Not enough information. I'm throwing your business case out. What's his net present value? Which you'll have no idea what that is. So let's say he makes 10%, and that's including probably on the big games, but I bet he's not making anything on Western. He made 600K profit. Okay, maybe. I'd have to see. I don't believe it, but I'll have to see it. The question is, what's the face value in the seat license? And then we would go. He buys millions in tickets. All right, so if your brother has all this money, why the fuck is he wasting his time with that? Why isn't he buying gold? What's he, an idiot? I mean, he's buying millions of tickets to make 600K. So I'm not smelling 20% here. I don't know what million is that. 5 million to make 600,000, or 6 million to make 600,000. So let's say it's $6 million he spends to make 600,000, of which he's probably making it on the Michigan Ohio State game, the Michigan Texas game, USC UCLA, the Georgia games, Alabama, the bowl games, the playoff games is probably where he's making it. So for the $6 million, if he bought gold, his profit would be much more than 600,000. I need to talk to your brother, because as soon as that dries up, he's going to lose $6 million. And we all know that's coming. And we all know 6 million in this turns you into, a billionaire. No risk. So he's spending $4 billion, let's call it $4 billion to make 600,000. See, the story changes once we get all the facts. So he's making 600K. Sounds nice, except for if he's spending 4 million, it's not nice. So, well, according to you, he's probably spending 6 million, because 10% is 600K. 6 million is a lot of blocks of gold that he could have with no risk. That's going to go to the moon. And when people can't afford these games, he's going to lose $6 million. He's risking it. And we all know the inflation's coming. We all know people aren't really going to afford to go to these games. Yeah, maybe Ohio State. Where else is he at? Texas and USC and Oklahoma and Florida State and Georgia and Alabama, maybe, if you can. Yeah, so I just find that, well, the story is changing because it made it sound like he's making 600,000 without any investment. Now it's 4 million, $6 million to make 10%. That's a whole different. I'm investing $6 million to make 600,000. If you believe the 600,000, so put him in the gold, Luke. We need that gold price up. What is he thinking? $6 million in gold. The guy would never work a day in his life. Instead, he's got to do all this bullshit to make 10%. Well, no shit. He's purchasing $6 million of inventory to make 10% on it, and that's only certain games. I bet you this 540 for Western Michigan. He makes $40 with the license, and the seats are probably 200 a piece, and the license is probably 450. He's probably making $70, $90 on that. Is it really worth it? I get the Michigan Ohio State, but I don't know. Does he have to pay more for the Michigan Ohio State ticket? So he might not be. He might be making 10% there. Sounds like a lot of work to make very little money on a risk that he doesn't need to take. That he can just do this and just sit back and go, I don't have to do anything. I'm going to make $6 million. I'm going to turn into $6 billion for doing nothing. His choice. I'm in it for 55K so far with concerts and have only made 3,000. Oh, Luke. Luke, stop fucking around. You've got the golden goose. What are you fucking around with this stuff for? Just buy this and sit back and do nothing. You're worried about gold stocks. You're getting concerts. Nobody can afford this stuff. The average people, right? I mean, am I telling you something that you really don't already know? I'm just building it into you. You don't need this. You don't need it. Believe me. There's no point in it. What if you can't? What if you lose 55 grand that you could have bought $55,000 worth of gold? That's a no-brainer. I don't play poker now because it doesn't make sense. I can lose at poker, but if I go take the money and buy gold and silver with it, I just sit back and fill my white containers and go, okay, soon, very soon, we won't have to work again. So this is the problem I have with people like, I have oil stocks or my stocks are in Amazon, and I just shake my head going, like, what the fuck? I mean, I don't know how to talk to people anymore because nobody listens. They try to do things that there's a thing called risk and reward, that you do certain things based on the risk and reward, and you try to identify it. And so if the risk is 20%, what's the reward should be 50%. And if the other one, the risk is only 10% and the reward 60%, then you would do the 10% because you're getting a better return on your investment with less risk. And that's what this is. You get a better return with no risk than you do with that. I mean, that's the only way I can explain it. I get what you're doing with the tickets. And we all know that people at the end of the day are not going to be able to afford. Football is maybe different because it's once a week. There's 8 games a year. People will suck it up, especially Ohio State people. We get that. Alabama people, Georgia people. I could see doing that. Michigan people. But that's it. I mean, if he's got to fuck around with the Western Michigan Ohio State game, he's wasting time. Just focus on the big games. It was an opportunity to get in for free with his system. I'm down to 25K in inventory, trying to make a little extra buck. I understand. I'm owned gold and silver miners for 10 years, physical gold now for 3. Hasn't really, well, you can't say that because we know gold went from 1,700 to 2,400 now. Gold just made 650 an ounce in the last year, maybe 2. I know I was buying it at 17, 1,800. Then it went to 2,000. Now it's 2,300. We know it's going to 3,000. You got to get out of the miners. So I don't know what you're looking at when it was 17, 18, and it's 23, and you don't think it's done anything. What are you expecting it to go from 17 to 35,000? The Bitcoin play made you 300K, and I'm glad you got out before you lost everything. And that's fine. I'm glad you made money in Bitcoin, but I'm glad you got out because it's in dollars. And when the dollar goes out, your Bitcoin's going to go out. So good that you made the money. But wait till the gold makes you. Wait till it makes you 500,000. You're just things go up quicker in Bitcoin because it's a better Ponzi scheme. Gold's not a Ponzi scheme, so therefore it doesn't move like a Ponzi scheme does. So when gold goes out, you're going to thank me that you didn't lose 300 grand, but you made 300. See, that's what my point is getting out, right? You got out of it, you made the money. But if you don't, most of these people don't sell their Bitcoins. So they're up 300K and then they're down 300 or they lose it all. And that's the problem. You watch, Larry Fink's going to fuck Bitcoin up. It'll go down very low. They don't want it. There's no competition. It's not even real. Whatever. I mean, you could make money. Like I said, you could buy Mahomes cards or you could buy anything, go buy the Joe Montana rookie. You'll make a lot. I'm waiting for gold and silver to break out and do the same. Well, we know it's going to 3,000. We know it's going to 10,000. We know brics is going to pop it up. And we know the bigger factor is the dollar going to 0. So your $300,000 Bitcoin would go to 0 because the dollar goes out. What's the Bitcoin value? 0 because it's in dollars. You don't have to worry about that in gold and silver. It's worth gold and silver. Gold and silver does not need to be priced in dollars. That's the one factor you're really overlooking. You can't lose in it. And anything priced in this, the Titanic, is going to 0, including your bank account, including your Bitcoin, including anything priced in dollars. Your brother's inventory, you better be careful. Let's say he's got 4 million in inventory. What's he going to sell the tickets for? The dollar's gone. He's got 4 million in inventory in dollars, but the dollar's gone. What's he going to sell it for? Gold? Think he's going to get gold for it? So we hope he's okay this year, but if he keeps doing it, at some point the dollar goes to 0. He's stuck with all these tickets that he's got to get gold and silver for the tickets. Good luck with that one. Bitcoin is worth whatever all the other world currencies say so, including US dollars. I don't follow you. Bitcoin is priced in US dollars. It's not priced in world currency. Need gold to have the same digital system. I'm not following you there either. Bitcoin is priced in US dollars. If the US dollar is worthless, Bitcoin's worthless. I don't follow that comment. Bitcoin is priced in every country's dollars. You don't understand. All the dollars are going to zero. Anything not backed by gold is going to zero. And when the BRICS currency comes out in gold, that'll be the currency. This and the euro and the British pound and the Swiss franc all go doo-doo. Right? Do you get that? They're all going to zero because they're all fiat currencies without backing. Bitcoin will have no value unless they can back it with gold, which they can't. They don't want, so that's not correct either. That statement. No, it's right now it's 63,000 US dollars. So I don't know if it's in Russian rubles or Chinese yuan, but they're all collapsing, right? The ruble will have no value either until it's backed by gold, or they'll all go to BRICS backed by gold, but they won't have a value because you can't print the dollar to death. It will not have a value. Just go to Venezuela and ask them. Need gold to have the same digital system. Bitcoin. So all dollars world crashes versus gold. Yes, exactly. Because they're not backed. The only one that won't is Zimbabwe's. These are just worthless pieces of paper. They're not backed by anything. It's backed by the government. We all trust the government, don't we? So these are worthless, as is the euro, British pound, and everybody else. That's why gold's going to the moon, because in all these countries, when their dollar goes out, the only lifeboat is gold and silver. So when you get the whole world needing a lifeboat and all it is gold and silver, as all the dollars collapse, that's why gold and silver is the only one. Bitcoin or, Rolexes will be priced in gold. The Picasso will be priced in gold. Your house gets priced in gold, not Bitcoin. Bitcoin can't be priced. It isn't an asset. It isn't anything. So right now, the Bitcoin price is dollars. I haven't seen it in other currencies, but I'll take your word on it. But they're off the dollar. It's the same. It's like gold. Gold in Ukraine, and I talked to Jenna with this, it's worth a lot more, right? Because it's in Ukraine dollars, but when you factor in the FX, it's $2,300 for gold. It's 23 US, and whatever it is times 40 is Ukraine. They're 40 to 1 now. Like Daria's 80 to 1, 83 to 1, the ruble. So the gold is 83 times more, but when you convert it back to US, it's 23.30. Bitcoin has risen 8,000% in 10 years. That's 80 times. Okay, but it ain't going up 80 times from here. And it's a Ponzi scheme. So I'm sure Madoff went from 2 or 3 billion to 60 billion. At the end of the day, everybody lost all their money. It was a Ponzi scheme. So that doesn't really mean anything to me. Isn't that what we're trying to do in gold? Well, the difference is gold's real. The demand will push the gold price up. Bitcoin's it's a fantasy. It's not real. There is no Bitcoin money. There's no money. It's just digits. It's nothing. You don't own anything. You can't go to the store with it. You can't buy anything with it. It's a fantasy, right? It doesn't have a value. Gold I have. I hold it in my hand. Gold's that. Gold will go up as much as the demand takes it because people will need gold to survive. You don't need Bitcoin to survive. Bitcoin is digital. It's paper. It's not even paper. You can't hold it, right? And Bitcoin could just as easily wake up tomorrow, be worthless. If that's what, what is it? But if Larry Fink wants it to be zero, it's zero. He's doing the derivatives to lower it, just like he does on gold. The difference is gold's real, gold's money. Bitcoin is not. You've got to understand that basic principle. I can take this into Kroger's and they can use it. I can't take Bitcoin in because they don't accept it. So it isn't money. It's just, like I said, it's like this. It's like the Montana. Well, it's like it's like this. It's like my Michael Jordan rookie card, right? Okay, Michael Jordan rookie card, $500,000, right? But that's not money. It's an asset with a value of $500,000. You're not taking it to Kroger's. You would have to sell it to get whatever the medium of exchange is to get the value. But you're not taking this card to Kroger's and saying, hey, fill up the cart. Okay. That is an asset that you can put in your hand, and that's the value of your asset. Okay. So are you following? Bitcoin is not, you don't get the asset, you don't have the card. So you don't have the value. You don't really know what it is because it really isn't anything. Am I old school? I don't know what old school would mean. No chance of physical being exchanged. Need a digital gold-backed system. New era. You don't need a digital gold-backed system. I wouldn't trust it. So what happened if the Russians pull the plug and you can't log into your system? I got $1 million in here, but I can't get on the internet. The website's down. Yeah, a great system. There's a reason since the Romans that you have coins and paper. There's a reason this is a coin that I can hold because you can't fuck with me with it. Digital, I don't trust at all. You don't need a digital. And by the way, Visa, my credit and debit cards are not digital; they're electric. The only digital is Bitcoin. And all I know is if you lose your password, you've lost your Bitcoin. And you can't take the Bitcoin to the grocery store, and you can't buy a plane ticket with Bitcoin or pay the cab driver in Barcelona with Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's not money. If it's digital or not, it's not money. That's the point. And when the dollar goes out, Bitcoin will be worthless. And that's not old school. That's just school. That's a master's. I think ERA is AR. Well, maybe ERA. ERA Parsesian. You don't need a digital gold-backed system. You going to trust it? You trust your government, so you're going to trust what? See, I only want gold that I can have. That's why I go buy physical. I don't want anything digital. You want these morons? You want Madoff running the digital system? At least with the way that Madoff worked, you got checks for your money. Every month you'd get, here's 15% of your investment. And you could buy a house, you get money for it. So, I would trust Madoff over trusting a digital gold system. That I would never trust that. No chance of physical being exchanged. I don't understand what that means. Need a digital gold back system. You don't. You don't need digital. And I love how everybody makes a big deal about blockchain. Oh, it's a general ledger. Never seen one of those before. I work with them all the time. It just records the transactions. What's the big fucking deal about that? It's like they think they made something that's never been done before. You're just making a general ledger. Well, yeah. So does Oracle, PeopleSoft, SAP. All have digital, they all have general ledgers you can print out. I like it. Me too. It's kind of insulting. I'm a Jew, but I don't know what you mean by Jew, and I don't like that language. Please don't do that. I find Jews to be very cheap, but I'm not cheap. But I would not want. I want to hold my gold. I want this in my hands. You can't fuck with me with it. I want 14 ounces in here. I don't want it digital. That's how the government fucks you. What, are you going to have your money in the bank? It's all what, electrical, digital? Your bank account shows Luke with $300,000. And then all of a sudden the bank steals it. You want that versus having the cash at home? I got 300 grand in bills sitting in my safe. Or do you want the money in the bank and the bank says, we're going to bail in on you. Sorry, it's our money. You can't have it. You'd rather have that? Good luck to you. That makes zero sense to me. There's not safety in it, and you're allowing other people to interfere. And why would you ever want to do that? I don't know. Old school, new school, stupid school is what it sounds like. Yeah, I am Jewish, but don't bring up religion with me, please. Don't go there, okay? Not the place to go. But that's the point. If it's digital, they can fuck you. You can't get to it. What if they steal your Bitcoin? Look at the Bitcoin and you lose your password. You're fucked. I don't need a password to have this. I don't get it. I would much rather trust the physical in my hand than something electronic. You've got all these atomic bombs that can take down the system. You got God knows what the Russians have with these supersonic missiles. All of a sudden, there's no internet. You feel comfortable with that, with what's going on now with Russia? They're going to drop a nuke on us. I got digital. Oh my God, please. Think, McFly, think. Well, that's why I'm teaching this, because that's what I've learned in my master's, but I would never want to lose the control of it. You've got to be kidding me. I still don't have a clue why anybody would have Bitcoin. You made money on it. That's why I showed you the Jordan card. Yeah, you could have bought the Jordan card for $500 and now it's worth $500,000. You could have made a lot of money on it, but you can't buy it for 500 grand now and think, or 5 million now, or 500,000 and think it's going to 2 million. So your Bitcoin analogy, you can go back to the beginning when it was $10 and look at it now. But if you looked at it for the last few years when it was sitting at 50, 60, 70,000, you didn't make anything. It's now 63,000. So if you bought it at 70, you didn't make any money. And if you bought it now at 63 or 64 today, where you think it's going to go to 500,000? You're as bad as your brother trying to make money on tickets. To me, I'd buy gold and just sit back and take a vacation. I don't really see. I see things, but I don't see that. If I thought that was a good idea, I tell you, I don't think it's a good idea. And I don't think Bitcoin's a good idea because you don't really own anything. If I actually had a Bitcoin, because I see the ones with B, if they were actually gold and they were actually real, I could understand holding that. But the value, the ironic part with the value would be gold. It's an ounce of gold. That's what the Bitcoin value would be, the ounce of gold, not the Bitcoin value. Because the Bitcoin has no value. Yeah, people can bid it, but it really doesn't have a value because it really isn't anything. So you got away, which I'm happy you made your money on it, but I wouldn't tell you to go back into it. Look, I don't go into it. I wouldn't touch it with the 10-foot pole. It's Russian mafia. You want to fuck with them? Be my guest. I would prefer not to. But you got to be careful. You can't be naive. You want to get made off? Be naive. You get made off. I didn't get made off. I heard about it and I just laughed at it, saying, this is ridiculous. Don't be stupid, is what I'm saying. Not you, but everybody. Just think. What are you doing? What are you really doing in Bitcoin? What is the you're making money because other people are made off, right? It's a Ponzi scheme. So as long as somebody else gets in, you make money. You want to be in with Larry Fink? You really want to be in something with Larry Fink? Okay, good luck on that one. And when you run out of money, I'm not going to help you with gold. I can only help you with gold now. Who knows with Bitcoin as long as the Ponzi continues? Gold, silver price is paper. The physical gold, silver price is not manipulated. There isn't one. But that's the point. The whole BRICS thing will get rid of the manipulation. That's the point. You're not listening. The whole BRICS thing breaks the manipulation of gold and silver. The manipulation is paper, gold, and silver by JP Morgan and the derivatives. This is what I'm telling you. We know it's manipulated, but we know it's going to break because of BRICS. We'll break the manipulation. And then it's going to go to the moon. The Bitcoin, you don't think that's manipulated? Really? How do you get the price on Bitcoin? Oh, it's Ponzi. It's the next guy in. Yeah, okay. Really, I mean that's much more manipulated than gold and silver. But central banks are not buying Bitcoin; they are buying gold and silver. I'll leave it at that. I sold my Bitcoin for physical gold and silver. That was a good idea. That's my point. The point is nobody's selling their Bitcoin. They are keeping it, thinking it's real, and they're going to make $1 million. And my point is, and when they do, the dollar won't be worth anything anyway. You're dealing with monopoly money. So that's the biggest concept that you must understand. The concept is the dollar is worthless. So therefore, anything you have, you're in stocks, you're in Bitcoin, you're in the bank, the dollar is going to zero, like the Romans, like Venezuela, like Zimbabwe, like Sri Lanka, like Argentina, like Brazil. We can only name 30 or 40 examples off the top of my head. The dollar goes worthless. And to think the US dollar won't go worthless after we've gotten rid of the petrodollar, now for sure it's worthless. That was the big thing. Everybody needed the dollar to buy oil. Now they don't. So why would it be? It's not going to be the reserve currency. Why would it have any? Who wants it? Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to be bullied and if we lend you $1 million, you got to shovel shit for 6 years. Nobody wants that. So nobody's going to stay nobody's loyal to the dollar. You can see 40, 50, 60 countries joining BRICS. They'd rather trust the Russians and the Chinese than the US. That's how bad it's getting. So keep that in mind. Just look. All the central banks are buying gold and silver. That's your key. Nobody's buying Bitcoin. Larry Fink's in it to blow it up. He's not in it. He's not the good guy. He's the bad guy. Anyway, just understand that. Understand the concept that the dollar, if you keep printing it, goes to zero, and it's been printed to death. It doesn't have a value. understand that concept, and then what do? Is you buy gold and silver to get out of it. You want to buy Bitcoin to get out of it, you're making a big mistake. You were in it, you got out of it, you made money. Beautiful. End of story. End of Bitcoin. We don't care about it. We'll never invest in it because I would go broke if I did. Why take the risk? As I was saying before, this has zero risk and 1,000,000% return, and Bitcoin has 1,000,000% risk and very little return because it's already at 60,000. So it's going to where 6 million. That and your brother's tickets. See, I'd be worried if I was your brother that he's going to get stuck in the tickets in dollars, and when the dollar goes out, how's he going to sell his tickets? Oh, I want gold and silver for the tickets. I mean, that's what he's going to have to do because they won't have a value. I spent 6 million on them, but they're all worthless because there's no more dollars. So just look at that. What's the best return on investment? What's the best risk and return? And the best return with zero risk is gold and silver. I mean, that's it. That's the only look you need to look at. Everything else doesn't matter. The dollar's going out, zero risk, huge return in gold. End of story. I mean, really, that's it. There's no more to look at. Yeah, Bitcoin went up. So did the Jordan card. It was $50. Now it's 500,000. You're gonna go buy a Jordan card because it's gonna go up from 500,000 to 50 million. And again, it's in US dollars. So you still have to trade it for gold. You got it, it'll be worth something because it's a real asset. And then you trade it for gold, and you got to figure out the gold price for it. So the Jordan will be okay because you got the card and you'll be able to get gold for it, but not the Bitcoin. How are they going to establish the gold price for it is my question. Well, maybe they can, but anyway, that's what it is. All right, 4 hours. I've had enough. Use common sense, but it's the least risk with the greatest return is this. That's the bottom line because Stone Cold said so. 2,500 gold USD will meet for. Sounds good to me, Luke. It should be 2,500 soon. Now that this whole thing with the petrodollars died, I think gold's going to 3,000. I think it'll just go to 3,000. I don't know. We're going to stop at 2,500 because now the cat's out of the bag. So it shouldn't take much longer to get 3 and then 5 and then 10. A couple more months. By October, when brics is announced it's gold, petrodollar's gone. I don't see what can possibly hold gold down. So we will see. Anyway, sounds good. Looking forward to that. I might go to Greece or I might go to Serbia. I got to see which girl can. If Daria can make it, we will go to Serbia because her mother has to watch her daughter. And I can't be with Daria. And then her mother wastes a trip. And then I'll never get her mother back to watch the daughter. So I need to put Daria first. So that would be Serbia. Only because she can't go to Greece. They won't allow her there because, we could go to Dubai, I guess. But Tom Cruise is there. I don't want to go. So that's really the best play. And she'll like Serbia. Anyway, have a good night. I will see you tomorrow. I didn't expect to be on 4 hours. I was going to say I had lunch at 2 and then I got on about 4:30. Yeah, about 4:30. So anyway, but it's interesting. This is why I like live chat because you can ask me these questions and they're not just for you. I'm not answering just you, Luke. I'm answering other people that are interested in Bitcoin or betting tickets for football games and concerts. Just be careful with it because you're out a lot of money. Is there demand for it? And is there profit in it? Can you make 20%? If you don't make 20%, I wouldn't do it. But yeah, you got to rethink. Gold was 1,700 not too long ago. It's 2,350. So I don't know why you're not seeing that it's going up, but it is. Silver, yes, you're arguing probably paid maybe 23, 24 for that. And yeah, it's 30. It's not even 30. So yeah, that's more that you can argue that than gold, but I think you'll be fine. So anyway, just relax. All the central banks are buying gold, so it must be a good thing that you're in gold if they're all buying it. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, have a nice night. The baseball, if there's any left, Seattle 5 units, Boston over 8.5, Minnesota over 7.5, 5, Colorado over 10.5, 5. Those are my picks. I've already won Philly under 8 and Detroit under 7.5. So I'm having a good day already. All right. Take care and enjoy and think. Just think about it. No risk. No risk, and I got the coin versus heavy risk, and I don't. No risk should win, right? No risk should win. And having it in your hand is far more valuable than not having it in your hand. I don't, you want 100 grand in the bank? Do you feel safe with 100 grand in the bank or that 100 grand in your safe at home? Probably in the safe at home. You're welcome, Luke. Nice talking to you. No problem. I mean, everything's fine. I'm trying to teach, so I like the questions. And I'm glad you made money on Bitcoin, but I'm more glad you got out of it and you made your money, because that's a Ponzi. You know, I'm sure everybody in Madoff would have laughed at me too. Oh, come on, we make money every month. How do you make money? Well, Bernie doesn't tell us. He won't. He wants us to leave the fund if we ask him how does he make money. So we can't ask, but we make money. Good luck with that. And when he goes out and you lose everything, don't come crying to me. I mean, that's basically that's what I would have said to the Madoff people is you're going to lose everything because it's a Ponzi, because he's not saying you how he makes money. There's no way you can hit every football game. There's no way you can hit every baseball game. There's no way you can hit every stock. And if that somebody's selling that to you, then you're an idiot for believing it. Just like Bitcoin, it can't go up every day. It doesn't. But I mean, if Bitcoin went up every day, I would tell you to run and run fast. It's a Ponzi. It's a Ponzi anyway, but anything that does that and never goes down is a Ponzi scheme. All right. Have a nice night. Take care. Luke, feel good. And Bobby, where the fuck are you? All right. Take care.